Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are at in the world. It is time for some more Kunoichi action coming your way. We got a ton of grand finals for the Kunoichi Cavalry. Starting off here in Diamond, I am Megalas. Of course, I got Thoru Mia next to me. How are you doing?
I am doing very well and looking forward to see what this, grand finals Sunday is going to be looking like. We are indeed starting off with that diamond division of this grand finals and Monarch MX versus greater than Column 3. They've faced each other before, so this is, a tale of switching things up. Maybe Monarch MX still keep that, win from last time going, or maybe we might see an upset. Who knows? But that is what is on for this Diamond Division as of this afternoon.
Yeah, it should be a fun one, like you said, coming through the bracket. I mean, yesterday, Greater Than Colon 3 had to play 3 matches back to back, so that exhaustion could definitely weigh on you, but it is now a fresh day, and maybe that could be the thing that turns the tides in that matchup here. And it should just be a super fun matchup. Getting a first look at our map pool to start things off here. It's actually not Lijiang. Everybody was surprised. We're heading to Ilios first.
Ilios is a map that I love, at least casting and taking a look at. It is a map that you think there are standard compositions you could run, but every time there is something that is different, there is something that, leads to some tweaks. So sometimes it really is not a mirror on Ilios. Sometimes you do have comp V versus different comp kind of situation. But hey, let's take a look at what the bans are at least coming into this specific map.
Yeah, the bans are always sort of the thing that, a lot of teams like to debate, right? It can influence things. You take something that's maybe a standard comp on a map, you ban a key hero, all of a sudden might leave people scrambling, trying to figure out new solutions, new ways to solve the problem that map can provide you. A lot of support bans have been commonplace, right? Either targeting Juno or Lucio, because then it sort of forces a composition to go one specific way with a backline. But here in Diamond, we have seen teams that are not afraid to mix things up.
And I think that's sometimes what you need from your backline, right? Gone are the days where there's a hard, strict flex support, main support divide. One way or another, you kind of need to pick up something else if you're a main support, like one of those other flex support heroes, because that's definitely needed. But Monarch MX have decided to ban the Lucio, so no speed, no boops. If you are a fan of, those boop situations on Ilios, so maybe we'll see some boops from a different kind of character. I heard Brig Whipshot still does a boop one way or another. Harder to execute, less consistent. But hey, a blue shield ban just means that Monarch MX are trying to force this composition into something involving maybe a Brig Juno or an Honor Brig. One of those. Your only source of speed is going to be that Juno. So I wonder what greater than Column 3 are going to be deciding.
Yeah, what their response could be here is interesting. Obviously can't go support, but you got those tank and damage options to choose from. I know Pharah likes to be a common pick here. If you're looking at the tanks, taking some of the brawl out of the equation, maybe making it more of a dive could be a shout as well. But nope, it will simply be the Pharah. No reigning over the skies here today, at least for this map. Man, I mean, again, that makes sense, right? Now, you're going to be looking at, like you said, with those Brig Juno backlines, honestly, you can flex around a little bit with the rest of the heroes you're playing with.
Exactly, and I think just the far bat in itself also leads to, you have less for aerials pressure of sorts. But let's take a look at the rosters of these two teams, starting off with Monarch MX. We have Volotron and Bandit starting out as that DPS line. Felix Felices, a popular player commonly seen in the Calling All Heroes. She is back playing tank for this team. Tangerine and Dateable finally round up this back line. So let's see if this Monarch MX lineup can bring it all and take it home today.
Yeah, this squad, they've been around, you know them, you love them. But on the other side, trying to rise up and take it to them, greater than Colon 3. has some powerhouses themselves. You have Saccharine on Toxtricity on that DPS line, Hyuka on Tank, and then Vengeful and Hollow Can't Aim bringing up the support line here. Again, getting to see that first match from them yesterday, they looked incredibly well here, piloting the Moira and some other unorthodox picks a lot of the time, but making it look great. So we'll just have to see if they can try to bring that to an opponent like Monarch.
Exactly, and knowing just the Monarch lineup and some of the players, they have deep hero pools, so they are not afraid to be put in uncomfortable positions. But they are now just waiting to walk into this first map of Helios and to see if, we are expecting or going to be seeing a dive just based on the bans.
Yeah. I mean, the dive, it would not be surprising, at least for, points like Lighthouse, where a lot of teams like to set up, some sort of support on the high ground here. But that'll have to be worried about when we get over to Lighthouse. It's going to be Ruins to start here. Very common map where you might see some longer range hit scan try to take over, like the Widowmaker, the Sojourn, things like that. And then there's just the statue. Wasn't this statue supposed to get changed to Junker Queen like a year ago? Wasn't that like a thing?
I do not know, but if it was, then, we are playing a game from a small indie company, and it is going to take them probably until Overwatch 4 to make those changes if they decide to do so.
That is a fair indeed here. But I mean, just starting off looking at these comps, right? It seems like at least in spawn it is going to be the Winston Mirror here. But what do you make a greater than colon 3 potentially running out without the Juno speed?
I think they're going for something a bit more sustain and more of, let's do a death ball of sorts. You don't really need a speed for a death ball if you can sustain through all of it. And just having Moira Kiri heals is already enough. And you don't really need to have like the heals 24/7. That Moira left click really is just like, you just need to tap it, you get some heals on the team, and it's so great. So it's not a bad solution. I'm wondering how they're planning to set this up with this Sombra though.
Yeah, having to see and make sure those setups come to fruition, as now you're seeing the Ashe take some shots in, but it'll actually be Saccharine getting the first pick onto Willowtron here, removing that Tracer from the fight. And but now Hollow Can't Aim caught out just a little bit there. Felix Felice is now going to be making their way over to the point, trying to see what they can do here. Just, again, a little bit of a slower fight, but now Databull going to be able to find one onto that pesky Sombra, taking the Sombra out of this fight. Now, walking forward here, a contest for the point at the very end here, but Monarch should be able to get the first cap, and now this should send greater than colon 3, reeling that Kiriko so incredibly low is going to finally die in the end here, and those supports are going to stop the fight.
Felix really doing a lot of work on that Winston, making sure the point is still in their favor already at halfway through ultimate charge, leading it along with Willowtron. So I am expecting at least for them to at least kind of keep this area of the in front of greater than open before they push back in. But Swap's already coming in with Hyuka changing to that Diva, hoping to burst down Felix a bit quicker. And I think that's what the micro missiles definitely do, already finding the Juno and taking them out.
Yeah, but now he's traded the supports 1-for-1 here, missing that Moira and Juno. It's both the main source of healing. Now it's just the Kiriko's trying to do a little bit of work here. Toxtricity does find one onto Willowtron here, so again, that Tracer unable to catch a break. A well-timed Suzu means that Dynamite is getting no value right now. Genji now encroaching forward, trying to find the next victim in Bandit here. That Ashe is going to be able to run for the time being, but the picks are still going greater than colon 3's way. Just need to clean up this last touch from Felix Felices to get the flip.
Yep, and Dateable just going back to spawn to, the safety of the team. So ultimates to work with, at least Felix, I think, might have been trying to get her Primal back up with that retouch, and she will have it for this next fight. Bandit already making the swap to that Cassidy, realizing that this dive is being oppressive to the backline. So they have at least this pulse bomb. They could get it on one of the supports, and that's going to hurt a bit more, but Genji Blade already committed.
Yeah, the blade is already out. Toxtricity finds one looking for a second, but doesn't need it because the cleanup is there for greater than colon 3. They do technically lose the point flip in the back to Willowtron here, but they're going to be able to go and get this one right back under their belt here just once they're able to clean up this contest. But no, actually, the Primal being committed by Felix Felices trying to fight this. Willow going to a health pack that unfortunately is not in their control, and Felix Felices decided the edge of the map is the best place for a Winston to be.
Just a little bit of jump geometry needing some work, but Monarch only having to use one ultimate there is fine. Yes, you already see Felix making the swap, making sure the mirror of this Diva v Diva situation works in the favor of Monarch. But with 4 ultimates from Greater Than, it's going to be a painful push. EMP already loading in.
The EMP is out here. A beautiful Coalescence as well, trying to follow it up, get some of that extra damage in. It is just all the picks going Greater Than Colon 3's way right now. Monarch actually being stuffed into the locker, as it were, but now it's going to be a reset for another fight.
Yeah, but if you are Monarch, you are taking that. You are already building up towards 2 very crucial support ultimates. One of them already being that Orbital Ray, and there is no answer to an Orbital Ray. I think Orbital Ray still is significantly stronger than a Kiriko Rush, at least. Yes, it's slower, but hey, bomb committed, and I think maybe not.
Ooh, maybe not indeed here, but it's going to be actually a dueling Kitsune Rush here, but it seems like Hollow can't aim, already on the short end of that stick, missing from the fight. Tangerine, the next one to fall, though, means these Kirikos are simply the first ones out of it. Now it is a back and forth affair. A good pulse bomb stick onto a Vengeful who does not have a fade means that there's now no healing on the side of Greater Than Colon 3, so all they can do is contest this point as long as possible for Monarch finally get the flip.
Mar getting the flip, last set of touch from Toxicity, and that is the story, 79% and going up. No ultimates for Greater Than to work with, which is going to be painful because Monarch has at least that high noon. Yes, it may not get as much of a kill, but it gets the space, and you need that space for even just Felix to build up towards that bomb and everyone else from Monarch. So touches coming in from Hyuka to make sure something happens, and hey, already a pick on the table.
Yeah, but now it is traded out. Datable is going to be taken down, and that main source of healing, again, it puts a lot of pressure on the Kiriko to do a lot more of the healing instead of throwing those kunais out. And as you see, Greater Than Colon 3 is just trying to sustain through this fight. That Deadeye is being held. Does manage to get the Diva mech, which so is incredibly helpful here. Now they get you the next one to fall here, and things are looking up and up for Monarch here as the Cassidy is just firing away here. Saccharine cannot get away, and the Diva bomb is going to secure the point for Monarch.
A great job for Monarch, looking a bit dicey, at least in that last set of fights, but turning it around with, you know, key critical ultimate usage, really making sure not to layer them and to ensure they come out one at a time. So it does turn into their favor at the end of the day. But I wonder if this is still the same compositions they're planning to, both teams are planning to run on Lighthouse. And just from the looks of Greater Than, that might be the case. On the side of Monarch, though, Felix going back to the Monkey. I think one way or another, I guess Winston bubble is still strong, right? At least it blocks LOS of some heals, and it really forces the supports to move a bit closer and have to really deal with the shields. But already rolling out, looking like still the same, except now we have an echo from Willow, so nothing really to mark them in the sky besides maybe Hyuka on that Diva.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how the Echo likes to approach this. Like you said, Willow should be having a free time in the sky here, but, you know, Saccharine trying to look for a little bit of setup onto this high ground here. Now, Toxicity there to try to follow up. The Cleansing Suzu already been forced from Tangerine here, so incredibly low is that Kiriko. Manages to have a swift step to safety here. Now we're just having to play this safe as the point unlocks. Neither team really ready to get a full foothold onto it, but Vengeful caught between a Dynamite and a hard place. They're going to be the first one to fall in this fight, and now with Felix Felicis losing that mech, it doesn't seem to matter too much as this DPS line is really cleaning up and sending everybody scattering for the hills as the Diva's now just the one contesting point.
Yep, Diva is just left bandits being left on that high ground to rain terror, and they are doing explicitly well while everyone else on this Monarch squad managed to take the point back from, you know, some level of percentage that Greater Than have taken it earlier on. But let's take a look at the ultimates. None really online except maybe that bomb from Hyuka at some point, but this is going to be a dry fight, hoping to build towards maybe a support ultimate or maybe that EMP, as already Dateable has scouted out Saccharine. They are somewhere in the background.
Somewhere in the back line, trying to see what they can accomplish here. It is now going to be Greater Than Colon 3 having to fight tooth and nail to reestablish their own high ground right now. Once Hyuka does that for the team, now it is going to be this Diva walking forward, trying to see if they can potentially dislodge Monarch setup here with the help of Toxicity, who goes in with a dash here. Is not supported by the Diva as Hyuka had to drop to the low ground, but they do find one onto Datable, again in a very odd position. Kitsune Rush and Diva Bomb Bomb both going to be out from opposite teams here. Now the remake tries to be prevented by Hyuga, is luckily there in time, and this DPS line on greater than colon 3 is going to work. Felix Felici's trying to see if they can change fate with a Diva Bomb here. Everybody able to escape outside the doors here, and there's just no support left for this Diva here. You're gonna get demeched, you're gonna get thrown out, and the flip is gonna go colon 3's way.
But that is honestly a great usage of that Diva Bomb from Felix Felicis. She knew she was the only one left still alive from the team, and that bomb was really just there to stall the percentage up even further, reaching up to 62%. So, greater than have 4 ultimates to work with at some point, and Monarch doesn't really have much besides the 2 building up towards Orbital Race. So you're probably opening up with a copy from Willowtron is what your goal is with Monarch, but EMP already committed to enter it.
The EMP is out. Saccharine finds one, and it's actually both supports now missing again. It feels like Monarch struggles to keep these supports alive half the time because they're so focused on going in and getting aggressive on these fights. Bob out from Bandit as well in the fight, doesn't find any value here. Now Willow's duplicate also ends up going to waste with not much being generated here. It's looking greater and greater for colon 3 here, but that being said, they are losing members. This Diva is putting in a lot of work. Felix Felici's actually going crazy right now. Has killed 2, making a 3rd in the fight, and gets that flip as the duplicate comes back.
Oh, that is some crazy work from, Willowtron and Felix Felicis and taking that point back from greater than. And a lot of it really has to be on that Diva DM. You could see that Follow was trying her best to heal everyone else from greater than, but it was just a struggle when the Diva DM is just in the face of your teammates. None of those healing is going to come in, but what's coming in next is going to be this Genji Blade. Their greater than is going to be looking for an opening with this, but they'd rather cap the point instead force the turnover.
Yeah, the Genji being forced to cap point there, it might be a slight misplay. As now the Orbital Ray from Data Bowl is going to keep everybody healthy. That Dragon Blade is out. It's slashing into Data Bowl, able to take that Juno out here, but that's going to be the only one they get for their troubles. Now Toxicity so incredibly low here. They are managing to make things work here, taking Willow out of the fight, but now it's also going to first Hyuga to use that self-destruct just to be able to get back in mech safety here. And there's a lot of ultimates being invested for the side of colon 3. A Diva Bomb from Felix Felicis actually managed to remove Toxicity from the fight here, but that's going to be short-lived as Felix Felicis now is getting staggered out.
Yep, and already they're finding out this Sombra on the high ground, trying to get them off of it, but it is looking very dicey. Bandit trying to build towards their respective Bob, because that looks like it might be the fight turner at this point, with 88% already on greater than side, waiting for Felix to come back. It's looking like that might be the play, and Hokan just knows this, already isolating the 2 DPS players. It's not looking good for Monarch.
Not at all, but if it's 3 or greater than colon 3, it looks amazing right now. Hyuga has put their foot on the gas, and they're just going to keep it rolling here, doing any and everything they need to in this fight. It's what you love to see here. It's just going to be the cleanup to send us to a 3rd round.
Yep, and 3rd round looking in favor of, both teams to at least decide who takes map 1. Now, really just unfortunate on the side of Monarch. I think Hyuga really knew that they had to pressure those DPS because Bob had not been seen on the field yet. So you definitely know Bandit had the Bob soon. So that's something that's going to turn things around and make it harder for greater than. So that was such a spectacular play from the tank of greater than. Now, let's take a look at what they're rolling out and on our very favorite well, where boops could have been in season but are no longer in season. Monarch going for something a bit interesting here. Dateable on the brig makes sense, right? Your worry most of the time is that DM just eating all the heals, so a pack is able to do that much better. But for Monarch, going for this Cassidy Torb means they're trying to melt any dive that comes in is one, and really the stuff like the stun really just prevents any further push.
Yeah, preventing further push, like you said, that stun, it can help out with that, because right now it seems like who's ever able to get more aggressive is finding more value. Toxicity trying to be a shining example of that right now on the Genji. Dashed in, got some good shurikens onto the Torbjorn, but unfortunately doesn't come up with the kill there. Now they realize they're going to have to send somebody up to get rid of that turret. It will be Toxicity again, having to be the one there. Juno flying a little bit too close to the sun, some might say, just out in the open, begging to be shot, and Bandit more than happy to do the damage to some other members of the team. In the meantime here, it is now a numbers advantage for Monarch that's just continuing to grow here, and the Genji decides they want to live to fight another day.
And I think that is a great way to go about it because any further staggers just means longer spawns. And if you are Monarch, that looked dicey, but hey, Tangerine decided that they wanted to be the bait, and it was a bait well done. Greater than though, we'll have some ultimates at least built in the mid fight of this next engagement, and I think what's going to be interesting to see is how Willowtron is going to get some value with this high noon as they're already towards that ultimate.
Yeah. And so now we have to see, but Sakurina has already found one before Willowtron can worry about finding value with the Deadeye here. Unfortunately, shot directly into a DM. Does manage to get some follow-up shots to take Hyuga out of the mech here, but you got to do a little bit more than that for the Cassidy in the fight. You've killed the Moira. You've actually now killed the Genji here. This little bit might be all you need. Sure, the flip comes through for greater than colon 3, but now Hyuga got back into the mech, but is the only member of their team left standing. Now the Tiva bomb coming out as well, just trying to stall this out even more. We'll see if we can get another remech. Actually does, gets the kill onto Willowtron here, so what became a hopeful stall for greater than colon 3 now means reinforcements are there in time. It's going to force the orbital ray investment from Tangerine, trying to stay alive in this fight. Now has to be able to commit, gets that one on Eventual Bandit, also throws out in the Molten Core. Unfortunately, Hollow can't aim, is not going to be able to escape that one. And Monarch should be able to get the flip back here in a moment, but it was such a heavy contest.
Yep, it looks like this Genji has popped the blade, trying to turn things around and keep things alive for greater than. And, Toxicity manages to do so, but, at some level of percentage, this is looking like an even fight between both teams, and both support ultimates are available for greater than. On the side of Monarch, they had already used theirs, so it really just needs to be an early rally from Dateable. She needs to get value from this. She needs to enable the team right away. Don't wait till the fight engagement does it. You have to do it early.
Massive EMP to start this fight off. Like you said, potentially going first. It just happened to be on the other foot here, as Zachary now able to get the cleanup with the rest of the squad here. And this should flip back in Golden 3's favor very quickly.
Yep, it should be just waiting for a bit of the stagger still online, like that Torbjorn, who has a healthy HP pool if you think about it. So managing to stall it a bit further to 81%. Hyuga going back to the depths of the well just to get a quick remix. So it will be a while till they are back. Now Monarch still has this rally. They need to engage with it, maybe with this high noon, because I think that might be the play. It takes a while for the overhealth of that rally to get value, so you want to do it explicitly early.
Indeed here, now the coalescence, though, is going to be the first thing that teams have to worry about here. Another Deadeye being held out means Hollow can't aim is not long for this world. Missing the Kiriko means that this Moira is now all that stands between colon 3 and death here, and it seems like now the Moira is out of the fight as well, so this should be an impending flip for Monarch.
Yep, it's a menting flip, 84% and going up. You still have that bomb, and you're going to have Molten Core soon. So a lot of space denials as you're entering into this last fight. If you are greater than, you only have that Diva bomb, and you're hoping to at least get some value from it. I think at this point, you might need to use it as more of a remech, allowing your team to at least build up towards their other ultimates.
That's what the hope and the dream is going to be here. Data Bolt gets the first one auto saccharine here. That Diva Bomb, not just a remech tool, but also able to kill Vengeful there. So now with a distinct numbers advantage, Monarch is finding themselves closer and closer to securing this first map. Hyuga thrown out of the mech. The last member standing here, the Baby Diva, can only do so much in the face of overwhelming numbers, and Monarch takes map number 1 in a much closer manner than they probably were expecting.
Exactly, just unfortunate from that lighthouse sub point, but hey, they turned things around, and if you're Monarch, it's looking like you just need to tighten things up in the ship just a little bit.
Just a little bit, make sure that every bolt is secured in the ship. All it takes is one leak and things can start going wrong here. As we saw, greater than colon 3 really was able to find their advantages, their moments here. And I'll be interested to see where we're going to be heading next right now that greater than colon 3 is able to pick our hybrid map. We saw some very interesting telltale signs from what they wanted to play, and that could potentially even be not their best comps, right? We have to remember those bans could have been playing a massive effect in what these teams were feeling.
Yep, and I think a part of that means with the Lucio back, there might be a leaning for, greater than to go into something that's more of a brawl kind of composition, because brawl compositions generally prefer to have that Lucio with them all the time. So now that it's back on the field for them to play, then it opens up to more compositions, and maybe the map that Greater Than Column 3 decides to pick is going to give us an indicator on what they want to play.
It could be an indicator, but they have to see, again, just what they are thinking. But, they got to take their time. They got to worry about it and things like that. And specifically worrying about the hybrid pool, I'm trying to think, because both teams, they showed proficiency at the dive. They both liked the diva. It seemed like at the end of the day was sort of the decision they came to. So if they want to leave more into those dives that they think they can really find those edge moments over Monarch, then potentially something like Numbani comes to mind. Or something even like Blizzard World where you have a lot of high ground to control, not more of those brawly maps like King's Row.
Exactly. And I think that's what we are going to be waiting to see from, I guess, this from Greater Than Column 3 is what map they are headed to. Because the moment we see maybe a King's Row pick from them, we're going to at least expect that it should be a brawl. Should. We've seen crazier things in Diamond.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, more than crazy things indeed. Like you said, it could just go to a flat-out brawl. Mirror teams that they love the Ramattra, they love, other picks like that. I mean, Orisa just got some recent buffs where a lot of people are believing that Orisa can do these crazy, crazy things, but I'm not sure if I'm a proponent of it just yet. But hey, listen, one of these teams wants to prove me wrong. I'll happily, sit and by and watch.
True, I think from casting yesterday, I've seen a bunch of Orisa from the higher elos, so it's not out of the ballpark yet. There's some cooking still happening with these Orisa buffs. I think people are still learning how to play it and why it gets immense value, but we are indeed still waiting for what Greater Than Column 3 is going to be picking for their map.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of time to deliberate. We're totally not stalling at this point. It is just, completely normal, average banter that you would expect. But it seems like they finally have decided, and we're completely wrong. They don't want the dive. They want King's Row here. And this could indicate, again, more of those potential brawl comps here, taking fights on the low ground, just right up in the face of your opponent.
Exactly, and the thing about this is with the Lucio back, you definitely know that the brawl was available. So going into King's Row already shows that, hey, Greater Than Column 3 wants to play this brawl. It's something that they might be a bit actually more comfortable in just from at least what we have seen on Ilios. Like, yes, they are able to turn things around and get some, I guess, fight wins. But at the end of the day, it seemed that Monarch had a tighter ship on the dive composition, so maybe this brawl might change things around as we are waiting for the bans of Greater Than Column 3. Potentially something that might be more oppressive during chokes, because there's a lot of chokes in King's Row.
Yeah, a lot of different chokes that can get held, and other things that you obviously have to worry about. But it seems as though Greater Than Colon 3 are not just going to hopefully get a Lucio map, they're going to force it with the Juno ban here. And I mean, again, that's a good shout. You're going to be able to sort of play your style and make it look better.
Yes, exactly. And I think just removing the Juno also limits the type of composition Monarch can run, because Orbital Ray is also oppressive in chokes, right? It allows you to get through chokes even much better because the sustain is through it. But Monarch, deciding what they want to ban are limited to a tank and damage. You could ban what is very annoying to play against on King's Row, which is the Mei. Blizzards are huge. But if you have a proficient diva like, Felix is, you'd probably ban something that hurts the diva. And already, even before the timer is down, we're already seeing that it is the Zarya, something that cannot be eaten by diva DMs.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting play to say the least here. Again, it's going to be sort of that specifically targeting, saying, hey, listen, we're more than happy to play the diva. We're not going to let you go to something that can sort of hard counter the diva. Then again, Zarya's quote-unquote countering of diva, it feels like it's something that has fallen off more and more, simply because diva can just play out of range of the Zarya a lot at a time, being able to take advantage of high grounds and things like that here. But again, we'll have to see how it plays out in game. These bans are going to make for a very interesting map, to say the least. I would expect my best guess is going to be Ramattra, right? Again, you're on Kings, you got the Lucio, just speed around with your Ram, let the Ram punch things, and it'll just go well.
If we're talking about traditional, yes, that is what we are at least hoping to expect from these teams if we're thinking of Brawl. Now, I've seen crazier. I've still seen people roll out with a Reinhardt and a BAP, but a Monarch is teasing a Ramatra BAP composition instead. So, no Diva to be seen, but a lot of, characters that could melt a Diva and could split a Diva off from what might be this support line, which already looking at it, Vengeful and Hollow on the Moira Lucio just means they have to get these fights very quickly done because that sustain is not going to be long enough. Monarch's still with that BAP. But if you're greater than Colin 3, if you know they have a BAP, that's the target you dive on ASAP, right? Nothing else. It has to be that BAP because the sustain then leans into your favor afterwards.
Yeah, so hopefully Tangerine has some good positioning, has a heads up understanding that that Tangerine is going to be the target here. But that BAP is just going to have to wait and see as the first rotation comes through here, greater than colon 3, just trying to establish the presence on the high ground. This is the best way to play around the Brawl when you're not playing Brawl yourself, right? Just kind of encircle them on the high ground, make sure that you can sort of corral the supports into a place you want to be, and then find your go button there. That being said, you're seeing the rest of Monarch do a very smart rotation here where they sort of flip the map entirely. They sort of play around this statue to sort of negate the extra value of that high ground, makes it so their supports are still protected, and now colon 3 has to come out, find some sort of way in. But Bandit actually goes down just to a virus and Saccharine there. That was almost too easy, some might say. And now the go button is there. Tangerine, like you said, the first target absolutely obliterated here. Only 3 members left on the side of Monarch. Make it 2 as Willow's going to go down. And that dive, which is executed beautifully.
Yep, and I think you could see that level of patience also from Greater Than Colin 3. Yes, you are playing that Moira who you already know the healing is going to be more of burst and for a limited time. So they're also very purposeful with the dives that come through it. And if you are Monarch, that might have bit you in the ass just a bit because you want to brawl out better already. No touches to the point, so they're going to be fighting over arches. No ultimates to work with just yet, but a kill of Bandit onto Toxicity should be a great opening. And with Diva further out of the mech, I think this is a hightail back maybe to the spawn room for Greater Than Colin 3. Should Monarch want to, they could push it and make them feel uncomfortable.
They could indeed here, but I think it's just going to be waiting and taking advantage of this amazing choke point here. The tank swapping extravaganza has started here. We're now over to the Orisa in response to Felix Felicis going over to the Diva here, a little bit more grounded as both comps are sort of meeting in the middle at this pseudo brawl. Doing what they can here. That Maywall is going to cut off that source of healing. Seeing Eventual has to force use the coalescence as Felix Felicis does find one onto Hyuka here. And again, just these tanks, once they go down, that should be the end of the fight.
Yep, switches everywhere, but beat online for Greater Than Colin 3. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be an aggressive beat push because there really isn't anything to counter except maybe this overclock from Bandit. But even in that kind of scenario, you might as well just wait out the overclock, especially if you're going through this choke.
Yeah, as now the Kitsune Rush is out from Tangerine here. Already 2 picks, make it 3 for the side of Monarch here. They do lose Bandit, but they do have a fight win under their belt before you even really know what happened.
Exactly, and honestly, cost-efficient fight for Monarch. They still have 3 ultimates to work with. Yes, one of them may be coming back from the spawn, but you are at least going to be prepared when Greater Than tries to push through this choke yet again. No ultimates to work with for them besides that beat, and they're probably waiting for that overclock as much as they can. It's either that or mirrored beats.
Yeah, I mean, the sound barrier, and there it is, like you said, but Datable can't mirror it if they are dead, gone from the fight here and having to try to now, backpedal. Is Monarch here. They have this overclock going from Bandit, trying to see what they can find here, but it seems as though the answer is going to be just about nothing. With 3 members still, Monarch simply has to back up.
Yep, Monarch backs up, already pushing the metal to the pedal is Hyuka on this Orisa, managing to force out the beat from Datable, and that's just enough for them to force it out. Bomb further in, and with Hyuka very low, that's looking like a great opening, but the pick also from onto Toxicity helps out even further. This is looking like it's all blue on the screen and going to be blue, continually blue if they can further get the last set of kills. Now, Willow does have that Blizzard and nothing really to answer to it for this next fight. Maybe you can deal with it with the Venture ultimate, but already, or maybe a Bob to just zone also the team out, but not really anything to hard counter it. So Willow could at least pop it very early on before they can continue pushing through these strokes.
I was gonna say, oh, at least Hayuka's on the Orisa has that fortified to be able to deal with it, but a wall's actually gonna stop Bob from getting too far forward here as well, so it's a beautiful negation of Zacharines' ultimate there. Now the Venture popping out of the ground. You're seeing, again, Greater Than Colon 3 try to encircle Monarch here, try to poke from all angles, make them not sure of where the fight's coming from, but meanwhile Monarch is standing their ground now with the help of the Kitsune Rush and that Blizzard, having to try so incredibly hard to get out of range. Hayuka will not make it in time. Zacharine does get one for their troubles though, so it is a 4v4 on the point, trying to see what can occur here. Willow gets the next one though, taking that Ashe out of the fight, and that's just going to be another reset.
It has to be a reset, and it's already through Willowtron really making sure that the space is not the earlier space is not taken by Greater Than Colon 3. She's making them feel uncomfortable, and that's exactly what happens. Already forced out into the cryo, and I think that's a go signal for Greater Than Colon 3.
Could be the go signal they're looking for here, as again Toxicity trying to get underneath here, be a little bit annoying. A little bit deep is Felix Felicis on this D.Va, has to try to get out for the time being. Hayuka, speaking of being deep, incredibly in the backline right now on the Ramatra. You don't have an ultimate or any reason to really be back there. You kind of isolated yourself from the rest of the team, and now Greater Than Colon 3 with only 37 seconds left have to reset again.
They have to reset, and you're going to have to enter into this with the Coalescence. Vengeful has been holding this for way too long. It looks like they've been just struggling, figuring out an opening to use it together. But with the Overclock also readily available, that might just not be enough healing.
It might not be, but we'll have to see. The Coalescence, like you said, helping them charge forward here, try to take control of the streets phase. But the issue is it's already run out by the time they make it to the payload. Now having to try to see what's going to happen here as we enter overtime. Greater Than Colon 3 doesn't have a tool to their name except the raw mechanics and skill they provide. Felix Felicis already taken the Ashe out of the fight, looking for a bit more here. Bandit has the overclock pop, seeing what can be done. But if you want to stay on the payload in overtime, you have to be frozen, so nobody from Greater Than Colon 3 can stay there, and this is where that payload's gonna stop.
Yes, exactly. Just you know, a few more meters shy of the cap. But if you are Monarch, you are glad to have ended it at that point. You've set your win condition, and you know that this Greater Than Colon 3 squad wants to play that D.Va from the get-go rolling out. So you could at least expect that maybe on their defense also. Or you could also expect the Orisa, because the Orisa also just works.
Yeah, the Orisa, like you said, it just works, right? You have that level of sustain that you can just simply go with here. But I think both teams are realizing the value that the D.Va can provide in doing just about any and everything for a team composition. That being said, Greater Than Colon 3 and the attackers, or the defenders spawn rather, has decided that maybe the Ramatra, the low ground approach, is going to be their approach.
I think that is what works best. If Vengeful has to be playing this Moira, you will have to be playing Brawlier tanks. Trying to play a Moira with a D.Va is an immense challenge in itself, because you're ending up forcing to use your fades just to keep up with a D.Va. That's not how ideally you would want to play Moira, especially when that fade is your key tool to even just get out of fights, not just get in.
Exactly, as now we're seeing the Widow here from Bandit simply just holding, actually gonna leave spawn here. You know, this Widow, it can't get a pick, fires a shot off towards the Lucio, but Hollow can't aim, able to escape for the time being here. I think that they've realized that there is a Pharah lurking in these back hallways, and unfortunately, Bandit has been able to find Zacharine there on the attempted rotates. They're now already missing your Pharah. Things are going from bad to worse for this defense. That Maywall going to be zoning themselves out as they try to get a soft regroup. Ahika, not long for this world, means that it's just going to be another point A cap that goes incredibly quickly.
Yep, and that should at least turn over in the favor of Monarch, especially losing your Ramatra. No ultimates to work with just yet, and it's going to be a dry fight, and probably another fight at this archway. You're waiting for Hyuga to come back and to be that presence, and knowing already that Monarch is pushing way up already, picking off Saccharine as this point unlocks, so you're further down another player for another set of minutes. They're just pushing the pedal to the metal here over Mega.
Yeah, the pedal to the metal indeed. Just again holding down the gas. Maybe just a little bit too much here. Felix Felici's now going to be missing the mech because of it, having to try to now bolster themselves a little bit. Willow able to throw out the wall to save the rest of the team before unfortunately dying in that Ravenous Vortex, and that'll just be a reset.
Yep, and that's not a bad place. Like, you at least have these ultimates for this next fight to push the point, but Saccharine already lurking in the background, trying to find a silly pick if they are able to, but no one within their reach to do so. This is going to be a Coalescence versus Kiriko Rush kind of situation as they push through this archway, as Toxicity is marking the other May.
Yeah, and Toxicity, like you said, just being able to mark the other May makes it incredibly difficult. Willow is now going to go down, but this Kitsune Rush is just bolstering the rest of Monarch to be able to step up to the plate here. Toxicity is trying their best to be able to live, but unfortunately it seems like it's just not in the cards.
Yep, and it's just looking like not in the cards also of how grouped up Greater Than is. Already finding the lurking Toxicity in the background, not such a good place to do that. Here, one of the key players with ultimates, so not looking good, and you're just hoping that your teammates touch the point and at least allow for a further stall. You have ultimates to work with, but Bomb by Felix is just there to zone further and not just to do so.
Exactly, managing to do so. So now the fight is on cart here. You have Hyuga trying to use that annihilation, but unfortunately it is just bursted down here thanks to the freeze. There's nobody able to touch the cart once again here. Just 1 meter left to go. Monarch nearly forgot about it, but decided to come back and make sure they secure that second map win and find themselves 1 map away from the championship.
Yes, we are at this match point territory between these two teams, and I'm seeing signs of things that Greater Than Colin 3 can work with and do things better. I think they really just need to tighten the bolts on their ship better. I think there's just a lot of scattering and playing on different points rather than just playing what is traditionally a good old brawl.
Exactly. And again, we saw teams try to do that traditional brawl, but ultimately in more of those diva directions, like you said, taking a little bit more face value. The Mays were also trying to find their different values there, but regardless, like we said, Monarch now finds themselves just 1 map away from taking the whole damn thing. Greater Than Colon 3 is going to need some time to go ahead, reset, and figure out where we're headed next. So we're going to give them that time, throw it to a quick break. You can go get yourself a snack, something to drink, because this is just one of the grand finals we have going on today. So don't go anywhere. You're going to want to see the rest of this match.
Got lots of love. Love. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you went, got yourself snacks, anything else you needed to do. We are in the middle of our first grand finals of the day here for the Kunoichi Kavalry Diamond tier. Monarch MX20 currently over greater than :3. And so far, there's been some good moments from greater than :3, but it seems like Monarch just keeps edging it out.
Exactly, just Monarch a bit above greater than :3 with understanding how they want the compositions they're rolling out with to play. So if there's one thing I hope from this greater than squad coming into this map number 3 is, figuring out how to tighten the ship better, at least how they understanding where they should be at when playing the compositions. But one thing they also have in their control right now is where we're headed for map 3, which happens to be a flashpoint map, and there's really just only 2 choices, unfortunately.
It is, unfortunately. I love Flashpoint. We need like 8 more Flashpoint maps, my personal opinion. But
Thank you. I agree with you, Mega.
but to be fair, the ones we have already are pretty dang good. I must admit, I enjoy both Saravasa and New Junk City. They're each a little bit more dynamic, have their own interesting points, the caveats with each of the objectives, different ways you can approach it, and things like that. Obviously, I feel like Saravasa has become more of the standard with these teams, just because everybody feels more comfortable there. New Junk City really does force more of that hardcore brawl style that you think of. And for these teams, I'm not sure if that's in the cards for them.
No, it's definitely not in the cards for them. We've seen so much diva coming from both teams that, going into something like New Junk City is just not much of a play if you want to continue playing that diva composition. But we are at least heading towards the bans between these 2 teams. And hey, if there is one thing we have to note about Surabasa and Flashpoints being map 3s in some of these tournaments is that because it's inherently designed to be more brawly, or at least lean in towards something that's a bit more consistent, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Kiriko ban, because for some weird reason, Flashpoints usually have Kiri played a lot of times on that map, and so there has been some leaning, at least from what I've noticed, of a Kiriko ban every map 3, which I think another caster in the name of Montenegro has also seen.
Yeah, and it feels like these teams also have been targeting supports, with the shots being fired on both sides here for both Lucio and Juno. So the Kiri, the next sort of piece, right? Once you take the Kiri out of the equation, it's like, okay, what do you pair with Lucio if you're going to play Lucio? If you're going to look towards the Juno, it's like you have Juno Brig or Juno Honor, right? Taking that Kiri out of the fight. It really does end up changing things out a lot, because both these teams have been relying on those cleansing Suzus and those Kitsune rushes to sort of turn the tides and give them those clutch fights that they need. And to take that option away, it would be something massive, and it will actually be the Kiriko ban. Wow, we're psychic.
I mean, I don't know if it's psychic, but more of just like, it's somehow become a trend in Flashpoint maps for a Kiriko ban, whether it's one side or another. But I think for Greater Than Colin 3, who really prefer playing that Moira type of style with their compositions, I think this Kiriko ban is also heavily targeting Monarch, to really tell Monarch, hey, we want you to play something that doesn't involve a Kiriko, because we are just losing out in that Kiri Lucio versus Moira Lucio dynamic. So now it's up to Monarch to decide how they respond in kind, and I wouldn't be surprised if the ban is a Venture, just for the sole reason that Venture is also super strong in Flashpoint maps. I've seen them more being played in Flashpoint than in any other map type, strangely enough, and I think it's just inherently the map design of Flashpoint maps.
Wow, and then yeah, the Venture ban comes through. I'm going to ask you for the winning lottery ticket numbers later on, with just how great these predictions are. But like you said, the Venture has been played on a lot of Flashpoint recently, sort of doing exactly what they need to do, and exactly how, it just sort of plays the Venture style, these sort of slow and small and close points, doing any and everything to sort of enable the impact that Venture has. And so now we might have to see more of probably the Genji and the Tracer, I would be assuming.
I'm guessing a Genji Tracer, right? The Genji with its verticality really great. Tracer really being able to flank from different angles more efficiently. I doubt we will be seeing any of those more stagnant heroes unless Greater Than Colin 3 plans to roll out with something like inherently brawlier. I would not be surprised if there is a Mei just to redesign the map once in a while. But also, let's take to note, none of the flyers are banned. So I personally think being able to play a Pharah on this map, or even an Echo, can also be very oppressive. So that's another thing that could be coming out from both of these teams. But we are seeing, I'm gonna wait till Monarch decides what they're rolling out with, or when the doors open, because that honestly for a moment did not look like it made any sense. But yes, we have the Reaper Zarya bubble style from Greater Than Colin 3, which has some earlier massive impact in the Overwatch league aeons ago, right? So we might be seeing that playstyle come back at it again, but Monarch going for something a bit different.
Yeah, it feels similar, but it is different, and it's already missing Felix Felicis. My goodness, when you get walled in this comp, there really isn't no one that can sort of get in there to save you. Bandit going to be the next one to fall here, and it's just going to be Greater Than Colin 3 taking the first flip with the help of that Mei.
Exactly, the walls here are oppressive, and I wonder if Monarch is going to change around with that, opting to play the Cassidy instead of the Ashe, understanding that Greater Than Colin 3 wants to play that Death Ball. Monarch are deciding to stick to everything else, so they're less speedy than, I guess, Monarch is less speedy than Greater Than, but I think just the burst damage is what they're hoping to do. But Hyuka is already super high charge, melting the players left, right, and center. This is not looking good for Monarch right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a high charge Zarya plus the cleave of these Mei walls right now. It's cutting the team directly in half, and the people who are getting isolated have no peel or help, and they're just falling over before they can even realize the fight is happening. Rather than Golden 3 playing this amazingly well right now.
So I think what I would want to see from Monarch is really not have to stick. There we go. Sticking to that Brig Juno style, I don't think it's gonna work in their favor, especially with how Death Volley greater than is. At this point, switching to Juno Lucian might make sense, and at least boops people around, causes a bit more chaos.
Moving around, causing chaos. The name of the game here. Willow is going to be able to find one onto Saccharine, followed up with a 2-for-2. The damage dealers finding their mark. Felix Felicis is gone for the fight. Hayuka, where there's a will, there's a way, but it is just the high charge Zarya now trying to follow up onto the Cassidy. That reload means Bandit will live this engagement, and the Monarch will be able to stop Market from going away just yet.
And I like this switch from Willowtron, understanding that there is no dedicated hit scan from greater than column 3. So you're having to force one of these other characters that prefer to look at eye level and ball it out to look into the air and try to get out. And sometimes that might be the Mei, those right clicks, no damage fall off, or that Moira itself, because that could go a distance. But it is not ideal, and that's exactly what these swaps are going to be doing against greater than column 3. But they have a coalescence and are probably going to open up with that with a follow-up ult later on.
The follow-up ult could be devastating here. Pandit currently trying to see where this Deadeye is going to go, and it's just into a Mei wall, but gets around it in time to find one onto Vengeful here. And Monarch, with a good switch of strategies, now find themselves in the driver's seat.
Yep, and with at least one ultimate to work with for this next engagement, Orbital Ray available, but I don't think you really need it. If you are greater than column 3, I don't think you will have the time, or at least to do this fight, or if you do, you have to burn ultimates. And I guess having 4 ultimates is enough to burn it through, but it's looking like they are with that Blossom.
Yeah, and trying to go through with that Death Blossom and just to get one onto Data Bowl before ultimately going down to the Cassidy here. 4v4 on the point now. The Blizzard is out from Willow, trying to see if anybody gets frozen up, but unfortunately, it's Willow's Barrage, rather, that is the one cleaning up the fight with the rain from above here, and Monarch's going to take the first round.
Yep, you could already see swaps coming from the side of greater than column 3. Saccharine switching over to the Cassidy because they need someone to keep this far in check. It's looking like a mirrored comp at this point, save for that flex support role with Tangerine still sticking on Juno and Vengeful still on that Moira. So we already know this is going to be a question of how brawly can we get and really being more purposeful on who we are going on if you are greater than.
The Graviton now out from Hayuka. It is going to be mirrored by Felix Felicis, who drops incredibly low here. We have picks coming back and forth. It's a heavily traded fight, but it seems like the 2v1 is now in the favor of Monarch here. The Pharah v Pharah duel. Who can land those rockets? Willow with 2 quick back-to-back here for Monarch to get this first cap.
Oh, such clean flicks from Willowtron over there, and Bandit already seeing what is happening. Switches over to the Ashe. It's just looking like some level of switcheroo compositions from both teams, but no ultimates to work with for greater than column 3, so it's looking like it has to be a dry fight, already turning into the favor of Monarch.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but it seems like this fight is already over. Monarch has just come up with the kills seemingly out of nowhere. The raw spam damage is getting the job done here and keeping Monarch in control.
Yep, and there looks like they are trying to figure out how to answer to this composition. Is greater than column 3. Still no ultimates to work with. You're trying to get this Moira to build towards a coalescence because that is a fight turning ult, but with Willow doing so much work for Monarch, they're already back to another barrage. There's going to be one next mid fight unless someone from greater than has something to say about it.
Yeah, and so now we're trying to see if anybody from greater than colon 3 can do something about this, but with no ultimates and already lacking your Moira, things are going to be a little bit desperate here. Sound Bearer to give that extra health over to Dable and the rest of Monarch here. And again, things are just going from bad to worse for the entirety of greater than colon 3. Toxtricity manages to find one onto Tangerine here before succumbing to the Zarya beam themselves here. And it seems like despite their best efforts, it's going to be a second round going towards Monarch here. It is just the Moira trying their best to stall, but unfortunately you can't stall forever.
Can't stop, but you can try getting picks, and that's exactly what Vengeful was trying to do for the team. Just some subtle revenge, just unable to do so. Willow already with another barrage online, and she's definitely going to rip this on whatever rotation Greater Than plans to do. But a lot of this is then finding is someone marking where she is at any given moment, and that might be the job of the Sombra at this point.
Exactly, and so we'll have to see if that Sombra can manage that job here as we're pushing it out towards Gardens now for what could be the final point. Willow already out with a barrage, finds 2 before you can even realize what's happened. Make it a 3rd for the Pharah, flying high in the sky right now, and Monarch simply seem to be on cruise control right now.
Yep, just things looking in their favor. And if we're looking at ultimates, at least for Greater Than, they have this more coalescence. They can use this for this next fight, but whether it's going to be enough to deal with an incoming Bob from Bandit to either stall point or stuff a choke, that's more of something we have to wait and see. But there's going to be a double ultimate usage from Greater Than here.
Yeah, this ultimate usage is going to be required now. The sound barrier coming out, like you said, both support ults needed to try to turn this fight around. They haven't necessarily gained anything on the point just yet, and this Bob keeping everybody zoned away here. So, you know, the support ult not coming up with the value that was expected. Tangerine instead getting a little bit lethal. Make it 3 for the Juno in the fight, because why not? You know, the damage comes from such unexpected places, and the Juno just decides to clean that one up.
I mean, that's the value of your Juno being in the air one way or another, is that if no one is watching them, no one is marking the Juno, they can just rain damage from an angle that you don't even expect. And as this point ticks to 96, 97, there's a rollout from Hollow to touch it and manages to do so before dying to Tangerine's or torpedoes.
Yeah, and so now already members of Colon 3 missing here. Toxicity trying to pull the blade, but unfortunately nowhere to swing that isn't protected by a Zarya bubble. Hayuka realizes that they have no bubbles themselves here. Things are going from bad to worse. The last opportunities for Colon 3 to take this are fleeting, and now they are gone. Monarch MX will take your Diamond Division champions.
Great job to Monarch MX for showing what is very clean gameplay from the teams. No matter what composition they plan to run, they executed it smoothly and in their favor, right? Yes, they may have been put into uncomfortable situations initially, but they've definitely tightened ship and turned things around in their favor.
Turned around in their favor, and just sort of, again, just such a great play here, being willing to adapt and change where they needed to on the fly, really making them just show how strong they really were throughout this series, throughout this tournament. Monarch MX, you know, well-deserved championship. Greater Than Colon 3, you come away in 2nd place. That's nothing to slouch about. You can take this and learn for the next one, I am sure. But with that being said, while we could, you know, go on and on about Monarch MX, I'm sure they can do a much better job of it themselves here. So if you'll bear with us for just a moment, we're going to go ahead, throw to a break. We're going to get an interview set up with somebody from the side of Monarch MX, but on the other side of this break, we'll have that for you. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. welcome on back. We have tracked down our interview target. It will be Bandit from the side of Monarch MX, of course. Bandit, obviously, congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just starting this one off here, going into this series, right? You already had the win over Greater Than Colon 3 yesterday. Was there any real prep, anything you feel like you guys needed, or just show up, play the game?
We going into this tournament originally, we didn't think we needed any prep, but as we played these teams a couple times in a row, I think it was very much like a iron sharpens iron kind of situation, where they started, really catching up, getting kind of scary. Like you saw in Elias, we dropped a map. So going into last night, there was a lot of hard prep to try to figure out what was going on.
And definitely that was prep that was seen very well on the stream today and just watching the gameplay. Now, you asked one of the DPS players of Monarch, right? I saw you switch between, Cassidy and Ashe numerous times. So what is your thought process during like these in-game moments on, hey, I should be picking the Ashe over a Cassidy or picking a Cassidy over an Ashe at any given moment?
Well, I mean, just going into Saravasa, the CC for Reaper, we thought was very important. May obviously is an easy target depending on how close you get, but the counterpoint to that is I want to keep enough distance from the Zarya where I'm not in her effective range. So that's why we saw the Reaper come out. It went to Cass. Reaper switched off. They went Pharah, which is even a better hit scan target when I went back to Ashe.
And I think that is a great, way to go about the thought process and really shows the role of hero swapping in any given map. But for this team that you are in, you've taken this win in Kunoichi. So what are the team's plans moving forward now you've gotten this win?
We have some big plans. This was a little throw together tournament. So we thankfully we had Willow and Dragon filling in, but going into the season, I think we have a lot of big changes, a lot of changes people haven't expected it. I don't want to necessarily release yet.
Okay, hey, listen, more than fair. Just is any final thoughts, anything that maybe we miss in terms of just how this tournament felt out? Like, it's a champion, right? It was fun, right? I hope.
Oh yeah, it was very fun. It was it was very thought provoking. Playing, you would think playing two other teams throughout a whole tournament, but even Colon 3 came out with 7 different comps. So it was a very fun little chess match. I had a good time with it.
Hey, listen, more than happy to hear that. If you would like to take, now a moment for yourself, anybody you want to shout out, anything like that, this is your time to do so. Of course, thank you, Rose, for bringing on a Wash Destiny player to playing on your team. Shout out to Rising Cord for just degenerate chats 24/7. Love you guys. And the rest of Monarch MX. Love you guys. Thanks, Willow, for subbing. And that's it. Alrighty. Well, thank you for taking the time to chat with us, Bandit. We, of course, appreciate it. Go ahead and let you celebrate with the rest of your team and look forward to seeing y'all in the future.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Alrighty. And with that, Thorumia, first grand finals of the day is done and dusted. But that's not the only game we have, is it?
No, that is definitely not the only game we have. We have 2 more divisions that are having their grand finals today. Right after this one, we will be having that Masters division grand finals. And, sadly, it is not me and Megalas casting those next 2 matches, but you will be graced by the presence of Mataneva and OC. So, hey, more faces, more casters to listen to their insights on, but that's pretty much for me and Megalas, if you think about it.
Yeah, that is it, us here for Kunoichi Kavalry, but make sure you keep watching, keep supporting. It is lovely, obviously, to give all your support you can. That's how we keep putting on these Kunoichi's events, because the community, like y'all, just keep coming back, keep watching it, keep loving it. But with all that being said, we'll go ahead, throw it to a break while we get that next grand final set up, and hopefully stay tuned for more Kunoichi.
Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight new wave. Name straight new wave. Name straight new wave. Name straight new wave. Name straight new wave.
and welcome back everybody to some more Kunoichi action. We are back here to cover the Masters Division Grand Finals between Ragnarok Sif and Are You Kidding Me Right Meow. I am joined by the wonderful and talented OC and myself, Ma'aneva. OC, how are we feeling as we see some familiar faces on these two teams here?
Yeah, it feels like a rematch between a bunch of players from Rising previous year. It's kind of fun to see a lot of these players go back into it. I've worked with a bunch of them personally as well, so I'm excited to see how they've improved, how they're playing now, and what they can bring to the table today.
1000%. And these guys always bring it, packing every single time you watch them up on the screen, whether it's Kunoichi, whether it's Calling All Heroes, whether it's other tournaments, like for example SPCS, where Ragnarok Sif, that's where they played. That they just, I believe, got top 16 or top 8 there, finishing very strongly in that regard out of a lot of teams. So these guys, they have a lot under their belt. But then we have the Kittens here, which will shorten that a little bit here. We have the Kittens who were formed just for the tournament last week, and they're all, like we said, players we've seen previously on other teams within the Rising community of Calling All Heroes. So it's always a treat to see my fellow friends come up and do their absolute best. Now we're going to be seeing the bracket of how exactly these two teams got over here to their grand final. Small bracket, but otherwise a little reminder for everyone over at home.
Yeah, and Ragnarok, actually, they've gone through this perfect bracket so far, and in their previous matchup against the Kittens, they pretty much took every map with confidence. I believe Kittens actually weren't able to take a singular round, as long as at least the information that I'm seeing is correct. So there's a lot of pressure on them here to kind of improve off of their previous match in that semi-final, and see what they can do here in the grand finals to try and deal with Ragnarok Sif, maybe apply a bit more pressure.
1000%. And you're right, they in their previous rounds with against each other on winners round 2, they didn't look the best. They didn't do as ideally what they were thinking of doing against Ragnarok Sif. But again, you're going to get a team that has been together for multiple tournaments now versus getting together a bunch of really good players for the one event on the weekend of Kunoichi Kavalry. Now, can things change up? Can we do a VOD review and get some information in between yesterday and now? 1000%. And I trust that we're going to be seeing a show between these teams today. I think it's going to be at least 4 games, maybe even a game 5 between these guys, because another 3-0 grand finals, I mean, it's been what's been happening so far, but let's change the recipe a little bit here.
Right, and both of these teams, they're exciting to watch because they both like dive. And we can take a look here, I believe, at the map. And we've got Ilios. There you go. So we want to play dive. We want to go to Ilios. This is Ragnarok Sif's map pick. And that isn't a massive surprise to me. This is pretty much what I expected from them. They're also going to have the first ban, so that might make an impact. I think for them, you know, they might have the option to protect some sort of dive hero, maybe backline, or maybe the Winston. But both teams, from my knowledge, they prefer the dive compositions. They're okay with mirroring it. So we might see both teams kind of go at each other the best they can on the compositions that they're the most comfortable with.
Absolutely, and you're talking about the bans a little bit earlier as well, and like you said, we could be seeing some protection. Maybe you want to protect the Winston or some other dive type hero by kind of just banning like an Orisa, banning a Ram, something like that, just to protect the category, or go for a more targeted pick. What inhibits a dive? Maybe you want to take out the Brig, maybe you want to take out the Ana, maybe even Juno, from just how flexible she is between all 3 types of compositions to be played basically on Ilios. So as the timer starts ticking down, I have to say I want to kind of see it shift towards a tank ban, mostly for protection purposes and not really to like start something off, because as they are the higher seed, they're favored to win here, and I feel like they're not going to go for a target ban too early on, just going to be like, okay, we're going to protect something, and it looks like the ban should... Oh, surely the timer. Okay, it's got... it's going to be actually a monkey. Oh, there's actually not going to be a monkey mirror.
Yeah, this makes a good bit of sense. I actually remember, I think, watching a scrim recently from Ragnarok Sif, and they like to play the ball on Ilios. Now, I think normally the ball versus Winston matchup can be pretty okay for a ball. It's not the absolute best in some cases, but it's all right. But the Diva is like more what you're worried about. But I think here, maybe it's some level of confidence from Ragnarok Sif where they're okay with the Kittens running the Diva, and dealing with that, and they're confident in beating that. But I think that was a bit of a ball protect ban potentially, and going after that Winston so that way the Kittens can't run their preferred version of dive.
Agreed here. Yeah, the Kittens definitely love to run with the more traditional Winston, even the Ana bringing the backline as well. But as the Kittens start thinking about their ban and the timer starts ticking down, I'm looking towards the support line here instead. DPSs, you don't really see them get banned too often in a ban list like this. And yeah, just like I said, you want to inhibit a dive of some sort, get rid of one of the core characters, that being Miss Ana herself.
Ooh, okay. The Tycho target ban. She is dangerous on the Ana for sure. But honestly, I would save that one for Saravasa personally. That's my opinion. I kind of understand these teams a little bit better, but I think there's an amount of risk to banning the Ana here, especially because I think Kyrie Lucio ball can still work pretty well, but it does nerf the ball composition a bit. We know that classic Crazy Raccoon Ana Lucio ball composition. Many teams have emulated it, including Ragnarok, and they won't be able to use that exact variant here. But for later maps, like, Ragnarok Sif love their dive on Saravasa, I think I wouldn't be surprised at all if that Ana will come into play later.
For sure, and like you said, on Saravasa, I would love to see the Ana again. And even as we move throughout the maps, because it is, I believe, loser's pick of the map pool, we are going to be seeing the lineups for Ragnarok Sif coming in from a really, really beautiful SPCS run. We have Zethra and Ray, we have Felix Felicius, Vamp Queen, and Tycho coming up on deck for Ragnarok Sif. Felix Felicius was in Ragnarok?
I believe so. I'm not sure. One thing I do want to say, though, is that Ray, I feel like, is kind of up and coming on the hit scan. I feel like, from what I've seen, she's been able to carry, especially in these late fight situations. I feel like Ray and Tycho both kind of are able to live really, really long, to become very dangerous the longer the fight goes on. And then Ray's Sojourn in particular is like probably the main target. I feel like this is kind of a proper on Sojourn situation where the win condition might be dealing with Ray earlier on in the fights. That's going to be something that is going to be a challenge for the Kittens.
Yes, and just to correct ourselves, yeah, this is actually Primrose coming in on that tank line. I'm about to say, I just seen Felix Felicius win one grand final. She can't win 2 in a row. Stop playing with me. So that is the lineup for Ragnarok Sif. And let's look over at the Kittens roster. Again, a lot of familiar faces on here. We have Soup, Saturn, Blood Bunny, Nacho Toast, and Violet as well coming up on deck in the Kittens roster. And I mean, we see it, Blood Bunny, she prefers the Winston. She loves playing the Winston, but so the target ban actually is there, but if there's any chance you can play that Winston anywhere else, she's taking it immediately.
Oh yeah, Blood Bunny. She might have to either mirror the ball or run the diva. Honestly, I actually don't know what she's gonna go for here. I feel like those are the two big options for her. And then Saturn's a player, and also Violet, two players I'm not as familiar with, but I want to see what they can bring to the table. And Soup on the hit scan, always solid. They're always solid. They're always consistent. So I'm excited to see what the Kittens can do today. I think, again, there's a lot of pressure on them. They got 3-0'd last time. Hopefully they've been able to VOD things and figure out how they're going to ban and what maps they're going to pick to try and gain an advantage here.
Absolutely. And again, being on Ilios, I have to see it, work out on Ilios. I feel like, especially with Control map being the first map to play from, it sets the tempo for the rest of the series very, very dominantly, especially on something like Ilios, where people either know how to play or don't know how to play, especially between Lighthouse and Ruins, for example. In Ruins specifically, I'm kind of looking towards my hit scans between these two teams to see how easily these picks can come out, especially with Soup back in the fray, taking a little bit of a break, coming back just to play some Kunoichi, play some Overwatch, and play that Widowmaker ideally on Ruins. But it's not Ruins, it's not Lighthouse, it's not Ruins, it's not Well, it is going to be Lighthouse to start things off on the place to go for dive.
Yep, this is the Winston mirror map, but we don't have any Winston available, not allowed. I'm expecting that ball from Ragnarok here, and like you were saying with Soup, I feel like they're going to be a lot of pressure to try and match Ray and able to live up to that, right? I think that duel between the hit scans is going to be very important, and Soup she needs to avoid getting outclassed, right? That's really just the goal. As long as you're able to keep up, you should be able to have a chance in this match. Now, From the Kittens, again, the Diva would be a smart decision. It's one of the best counter compositions to the ball. We saw like Toronto Defiant versus Crazy Raccoon. I like referencing OWCS matches because I feel like they're pretty valuable in the sense of like understanding the matchups. But that's what you're gonna see. And I think that's a Diva I see from above, but I'm not sure. I see a Brigitte down below. I think that might be a Hazard, maybe.
That's a Roadhog.
That's a Roadhog. Okay.
Oh, and we lost my Freya Ray. They won't be in the fight any longer. And we did just lose Soup to that aforementioned ball we're talking about with Primrose. But Toast gets the final laugh onto Taiko's Kiriko. A lot of back and forth here, but the Kittens looking prime and proper to set things off smartly for themselves in this first engagement. I mean, we lost Ray super early on, so Ragnarok will have an opportunity to come back here and retain its objective.
Interesting. A Hog composition and then Brig Kiri, like a very, very anti-ball comp backline. We actually saw this played, I think, once in OWCS China, but Ray, wow, what a pick onto Soup. I mean, she's dangerous. She is very, very dangerous. And you have to watch out for that.
No, she is dangerous, especially on a new character like Freya, you know, having the scrim time to be able to make it work and pull her out in the grand finals. That's dedication, that's confidence on Ray's end here. But Blood Bunny opting to stay on the objective and really hunker down with the Roadhog, but they've already been utilized. Big boop coming in, not just from Vamp Queen, but also from Primrose, making sure the tank and flex support of the Kittens are no longer in the fight here.
Okay, the Kittens also, I mean, this whole composition is like very, very interesting. Echo and Pharah at the same time, like both. That is just something I've never seen. We're pulling out very, very interesting strategies. Ray on the Freya might be kind of harder to hit these flyers on Freya with those projectiles, but we'll see what she's able to do. Primrose going for a super early hit.
Oh, beautifully timed Suzo as well to avoid the damage from that power driver from Primrose. Very nicely done from Toast and Violet in the backline here, keeping them alive in the engagement. But mines are online, and at any point, you know, Primrose can start to use them just to contest the point even longer, make sure that no one's gonna be able to get on the objective, especially Violet. I mean, getting picked off by Ray there. Here comes a continued rush, however, my Kiriko, unfortunately, she's not gonna be in the fight any longer. Toast super low already. Rush still on the objective, but we use this whole hog from Blood Bunny. His life even longer. The reversal ultimate coming used as well from Ray, and that is how, yeah, we saw the Kittens retake it for a second, but we're starting to see some appropriate swaps here off the Echo over to the Sojourn.
Right, and Ragnarok Sif, I think they have to give point for a little bit against this composition. They can't just, like, run right into it, right? The ball isn't really built for that. Ragnarok Sif, their composition was to take angles here. They want to take it very slowly, poke the hog out, and eventually, Kittens, they have to make a move. Otherwise, you know, Ray, we saw, like, one kill after the other. First, the Brigitte falls, then the Echo falls. So, you know, over time, Ragnarok Sif, the longer these fights go on, the better it is for them.
Oh, now with the rally into the minefield, into booping my Kiriko into the mines. Now, we're seeing a brawl in the backline here between Violet and Primrose. Primrose does come out on top, however, 95% as well already injective in favor of Ragnarok. They are going to be able to commit the continue rush here, and that might be all that she wrote. No touches to be seen from the Kittens. And this ball comp, OC, it is something much nice to see.
Yeah, and this Pharah Freya as well. It's the first time I've seen a composition like that, but I see the purpose of it. And again, Freya, a lot of people might be a little surprised by this, but Freya kind of fills the role of the hit scan DPS, right? The hit scan DPS player will be playing the Freya most of the time, and you know, you're maybe able to get like a shot or two off, get someone low, and then the Pharah can finish a kill. Same thing with like a Freya Genji composition. I thought that might be pretty strong. Same thing with a Freya Tracer. You kind of have the other DPS to finish off those kills when Freya gets someone low. And I feel like she is viable. We heard of Freya being played in higher level scrims as well. OWCS teams seem to be running her, and I've heard the praises of Freya so far, at least over on Twitter. So we'll see if when OWCS comes back in a week or two, we'll see if professional teams are running it. But Ray was able to make good use of it.
1,000%. And Ray also understands when to swap over to the Cassidy instead. Maybe to just, you know, put a little bit of his scan pressure in the air on Saturn. Specifically here, as they are trying to stay on the Pharah, put a little bit of pressure on this sight line and the entryway for Ragnar Swift to not walk in on. Both of these Pharahs actually going to be putting each other, putting the teams into a lot of pressure, but Violet's a little bit too big there, big for their britches, and gets called out by Zytherin on that Pharah. And this point looking best to be equipped by Ragnarok Sif so far. Blood Bunny staying on the hog here this well, though. This is where Blood Bunny wants to play. If you get a good hook in, now you get poop yourself in. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you want to play by the well, not necessarily inside of it. Blood Bunny, not the preferred way to go down. And I feel like it's going to be really hard for her to get hooks here because, like, realistically, you know, you hook the Kiriko, she might escape unless you get the one shot. The Cass is, like, the one person that's, like, kind of easy maybe to hook, and the Lucio as well. But as long as Ragnarok Sif, like, play their cards right, I feel like they can just continue to take angles, play these fights slowly. And now that they have control of the point, they're in a great position to just, like, charge their ultimates up here. Yeah,
for sure. And we're also seeing another swap here from Soup going over to the Tracer. Maybe just to continue to be a little bit. Their comp right now, the Kittens comp is kind of like the annoying comp. You have a Roadhog, you have a Tracer, you have a Pharah, you have a Kiriko. And speaking of, these health pools not looking very, very good for the Kittens for a minute there.
Oh.
That does get expended, but no one falters for a second. But beautiful focus onto Blood Bunny, and also being able to narrowly avoid the pole spawn even better. I don't know how Ray lived there, by the way.
Ray, she somehow avoided getting hooked into the well and then proceeded to, like, roll through, somehow survive that whole thing, and now I think we have Violet on Liveweaver. We're getting more and more interesting by the second here. We're just hoping to throw Ragnarok Sif off their feet, I guess, and try and confuse them, run something that isn't going to be as easy to solve. But with any cheese composition, as long as Ragnarok Sif play their cards right, they play safe, they don't lose their focus, I feel like they're going to be okay. The only thing with cheese compositions is that they can throw you off your footing because you're like, okay, how do we play into this now? We'll see what happens. There's the Kitsune.
The Kitsune into the answer of the barrage as well, and it all gets shut down. Unfortunately, not gonna get the full extent of that Kitsune rush, or even this team fight for the Kittens here. 72% counting, almost uncontested from the Kittens. Yeah, that the barrage was definitely personal there, Toast.
Yeah, now Taiko has this Kitsune. It looks like Ragnarok Sif are setting up for an aggressive fight here. Taiko's using the the pedal that Violet put down. She's making good use of that, but it looks like she really, really wants to go for an aggressive Kitsune. I can see it. There it is.
There it is, but it's just Taiko all by themselves here. We do have the Minefield at the very least. Primrose there to kind of pick up the pieces. Huge barrage from my Saturn does take out Taiko, and it's a lot of even exchanges here. Fam Queen gets Violet. We go for, oh my god, we go for the touch, almost falling into the hole ourselves. Goes for the recall, and I think in that moment, Soup being disengaged from the fight for those just 2 seconds, puts a lot of pressure on Blood Bunny between a Minefield and a ball, and Vamp Queen getting all the picks needed to finish these fights off. That's gonna be Ragnar Sif getting a 2-0 on Ilios so far.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Soup with the hole-in-one there at the end, trying to get the touch and forcing her own recall. That is unfortunate, but I think that Winston ban was honestly brutal for Kittens. They had no idea really what they wanted to do. I feel like the Hog was a last-minute decision there, and then the Lifeweaver just trying to, like, figure out whatever they could do there to adapt to try and solve the ball composition. But they almost looked like by the end of that last round that they were just deciding, all right, let's go next map. Let's go next map. Or Winston's banned. There's not much we can do. And if you can't play the D.Va, yeah, that makes perfect sense. If you can't play the D.Va, that's going to be a really, really hard matchup against the ball compositions. That Winston ban, great decision from Ragnarok.
1,000%. I think it's just like, guys, there's no ball. There's no Winston. We gotta pack it up. We gotta go next map, which they do have a map pick here, and they are gonna have the first ban as well. So now that they already banned the Ana, I believe, yeah, they banned the Ana first, so they cannot reban Ana, but they can do their own little bit of target banning. Maybe they want to ban the ball again. Maybe they want to ban maybe the Freya. You know, we saw Ray. They were so adept on the Freya that that's the first time I've actually seen the Freya come out from anyone really on these higher level games, on these grand finals matches or even tournament matches, because she is so new as a character. So the confidence that Ray has to pull out the Freya and get so much momentum and so many picks there, especially on first point Ilios, I have to say I would love to see the Freya make a reappearance.
Right, and I think we'll see more Freya from Ray. And going into the next map pick, I think there are a few solid options for the Kittens, and really it just comes down to two different options. Okay, you either take it to Hollywood or Numbani and you're trying to take a dive mirror, and you have your Winston that can't be banned out anymore, you're good, right? So that's a solid option. You can also take it to Blizzard World or King's Row, especially King's Row, that's what most teams prefer, and force it to a brawl, right? So if you feel like, well, maybe we can take it to a brawl, maybe we can force a brawl against Ragnarok, I think that could be a good decision, but I think it just depends on what the Kittens have been working on in scrims, what they've been practicing, and what they feel most confident with, right? Because Hollywood and Numbani, they can be tough maps. They can be tough maps to execute on the dive composition. You need to be confident enough with that Winston and with your coordination to make it work.
Yeah, you have to. Especially on Numbani, I feel like, you know, that is just a hard, can you even get to the point type map? Do you know how to enter that space? Do you know how to take that high ground away? Do you know how to sustain through all the angles that are being looked down upon you while you're trying to get just to the first objective? Like, I'm just trying to open the cart. That's all I'm trying to do. And I'm being looked at from all these different angles. I feel like I would prefer to see them go over to either Blizzard World or King's Row. I even maybe Hollywood as well, only because it's a very screen upon map. As of late, I feel like it's been in a lot of map pools. But otherwise, I would love to see him just duke it out on King's Row, because you can make a lot of things work there. And if worst comes to worst, we go back to the brawl, we go back to our fundamentals, and we hive mind it down and run it down main.
Right, and Blood Bunny, I know, also is comfortable with the Junker Queen, so I could see a situation where you take it to King's Row and you protect ban tank and just try and work with it from there. But either way, I feel like maybe the flexibility, the tank flexibility that Ragnarok Sif have, it's just going to give them a bit of advantage throughout this series. I feel like teams that have limited tank hero pools, it forces them to use their bans defensively, and that is a weakness, right? That is tough, because then you can't really target ban your opponent, and you can't necessarily ban for your other roles as well.
Yeah, 1000%. And speaking of, you know, Blood Bunny also having the Arisa in the back pocket, another character that's really been coming back.
Ooh,
don't know why. She is back, baby. The horse is here to stay. Deer Squad never died. So we are gonna be seeing the way that we're gonna be seeing Numbani here
right.
instead. Okay, so one of the more challenging maps to see, and I think Ragnarok Sif are looking for a full hold in that regard.
Yeah, and I respect this decision a lot, honestly, because most teams, I feel like, especially when you're up against a team that's a bit stronger than you, at least on paper, Numbani's a scary map because it is the type of map where it is defined by how well you have discussed your playstyle, how much you've scrimmed it, right? Because that first point in particular, like you were saying, it's a struggle to even like get a fight around point, right? Get in through the chokes and set up for that. So that matters a lot. That matters a lot. And Kittens now have their chance to ban. Since the Winston is protected, I don't think they're going to go for a tank ban at all. I think both teams are most likely to go with the Winston. And here, because the Ana's already been banned, I could see like a Brig ban here to force a Curie Lucio mirror if this is what Kittens want to do, right? Because we saw them Ana ban previously. That kind of keys into the fact that they might want to run Curie Lucio, or they might prefer it over Ana Brig. We'll see what happens though, because the Brig ban is also just generally valuable. It is a valuable ban.
Yeah, it inhibits a lot of compositions that Brig has kind of seen herself in, but we're not going to be seeing the Brig. Instead, it's going to be her counterpart in that main support roster. It's going to be a Lucio instead, and Lucio behind Numbani, I mean, it's limiting the Curie Lucio, but that's interesting.
Yeah, okay, so they're going after the Curie Lucio instead. They're going the opposite direction now. I guess they were more worried about the Ana specifically in the ball composition, but they're not as worried about the Ana outside of it. They're not concerned about taking the Ana Brig mirror with Winston. It just depends on the team, honestly, in terms of what they feel comfortable with. But that makes some sense, because that Ana Lucio is like really dangerous, and that's very common with the ball. Ragnarok Sif now, I'm not sure which direction they take this, but they probably probably know that Winston's going to be picked no matter what by the Kittens, so a DPS ban here, whatever they don't prefer playing against, could just make the most sense.
Yeah, you want to get rid of somebody. I mean, like one of the dive characters like Genji or Cassie or something like that. Cassie's been really strong randomly as well. Like, I've been seeing him a lot, and I'm like, why is this man coming back into the fray? But it's actually going to be, oh my god, it's going to be the other counterpart of Cassie. It's going to be the Ashe here banned. And honestly, for good reason, I think she's relatively strong on that first defense phase anyway. Those long sidelines really do offer so much to her kit, her primary fire, her coach gun, and her dynamite as well. It's so good. So, really good bans. I think a little bit more of like a just a protection, maybe for a DPS. So you just get rid of the Ashe, call it a day. Don't want to deal with the Ashe anymore.
Yeah, I feel like from what I know, the limited information I have, Ray might prefer that Freya quite a lot, actually. So because Freya, kit-wise, you think about it, where Freya would be played and Ashe would be played, they're very, very similar. Like, both of them don't have a ton of horizontal movement. They prefer those maps where you have verticality, but it's like you have long sight lines as well. I feel like that is kind of a ban that allows Ray to play into her strengths, and it prevents Kittens from playing into their strengths if they want to try and like run the Ashe or whatever, because, you know, if you ban out that Ashe, but Freya can still, Freya can still fulfill that role, but Freya's so new, so, you know, Ray's comfortable with it, but Kittens might not. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, for sure. I love seeing this. I want to see this Freya on defense for sure. I'm pretty sure Ragnarok will be defending first, as they were the blue side of the team first. And I think that with the Freya, I want to see exactly how her... I haven't really seen much of Freya, to be completely fair, especially in the scrim level, especially at the competitive level. So seeing her on the attack phase, or excuse me, the defense phase, would be really interesting, because I feel like her kit will give way to kind of fulfill a little bit of what Ashe can do. Just a little bit more verticality, or consistent verticality that Freya does offer. And then her ultimate is just like... I think it'd be great in these small corridors. You see the road phase is so narrow, I feel like. And then if you're trying to come on this high ground where the staircases, I think that's also where she really does well in those kind of closing quarters that you're forced to look and peek her from. So as we get our players situated and look at the beautiful views of Numbani, I'm excited to see what tanks and what comps we're going to really be seeing from these two guys. Maybe will it be a Winston mirror? Will it be something else? We'll see in a couple seconds.
Yeah, I feel like with that Lucio ban, the Ana Brig is almost forced, and because Lucio isn't available, like, you could Juno Brig with a Brawl composition or something if you're trying to, like, cheese the first point. I know some teams have run Brawl compositions on Numbani on defense and attack, but both these teams, knowing their hero pools, I feel like Dive is in the air today, and I see that Freya right up on top. There it is, Ray on the Freya Genji. That's the composition I was saying. Now, I think I might prefer the Tracer on this map, because the Tracer's a bit better at controlling those corridors split from her team, but the Genji can work just fine in the place of the Tracer. It can be very, very effective. Soup, maybe, is she gonna try and like cheese this first point with a Widow and just like play through main? It looks like that might be the case, and Kittens, they're just gonna make their way directly through the main choke point. Yeah.
It's just two Winstons going at it. Oh, but Bloodbane gets an insane purple put onto herself by the side of Taiko. I mean, we were talking about the Taiko Ana a little bit earlier in the broadcast, and it's nothing to be played with. You know, that Anthony was around the corner where Bloodblade thought she was safe, and she unfortunately wasn't.
Yeah, that's a fight-winning ante right there, and now Kittens need to reset. The Widow's tough because you don't have like a lot of room to work with here on this attack. I mean, yeah, you can get a lucky pick and go from there, but you're almost relying on the Widowmaker getting a bit of a lucky pick. And as long as Ragnarok Sif, and now the surprise factor's gone too, right? So after the first fight, now Ragnarok Sif are like, okay, they have a Widow, we're good, we can play around that, and I think that's going to be a little difficult to deal with. You see Ray playing on that right side on the Freya, and just continuing to kind of pressure this main choke point.
And Primrose playing this little corner again. A second nade comes off from Taiko, and then gets a final hit onto Violet at the exact same time. She is not to be played with on this Ana, and we already have the Freya ultimate also ready for Ray here, and they can pop at any single point, and that is just gonna be, you know, all that she wrote here for the Kittens as they force it back up. Maybe even take a bit of a close fight towards the spawn room around the bus, or the bus here.
Okay, both teams nano available. Kitten's definitely looking to use it, but here's an aggressive engage from Ragnarok Sif. They're gonna go for the nano early. Blood Bunny also nano now. Both Winstons just going at it head to head, but that's gonna mean that ultimate's down for Kittens. Ragnarok Sif now trying to back off. It looks like they weren't able to get a kill from that.
No, they weren't, and Nano now expended here, but Primrose still going in with the Primal, kind of boxing Violet into the corner of the flag there, and just keeping them over there over and over and over again. Toast, she will be suffering the exact same fate as well, and just like that, the closeness, the aggressiveness of Ragnarok Sith, they know they have this in the bag, and they continue this momentum.
Okay, very, very aggressive play from Ragnarok Sif, but I like it. I feel like that caught Kittens completely off guard. They're off that Widowmaker now. I think that's the best decision that they can go for on Genji. Tracer, a very aggressive DPS line, so they're really going to have to set up their Tracer to get on that back line, then just go for an all-in hit. Blood Bunny, you see, close to the Primal, so that's really Kitten's last chance, I believe, ult rotation-wise. After this, it's going to be really hard. Here's the engage.
I love the engage from the bottom of the stairs. Both the Genji and the Winston are over there, but Saturn, unfortunately, again, gets purpled and called out by Ray. But here's the Primal just to try to clear off this high ground of the double supports here. And the cloud round has not really been cleared all too much. We are a little bit down for the side of the Kittens, and especially without the Brigida. Tycho throwing in a nade in that small enclosed room, and Violet's shield, no worse for wear, can't block it off.
Getting rid of the Brig, too, with an anti, and now this is a bit of a stagger for Kittens. They have one more fight left, and Ragnarok Sif, they've built back their ult rotation, and like I said, that was kind of the last chance for Kittens, because now, yeah, they're building up to the nano soon, they're gonna have the rally, but they're just working at a disadvantage from here on out. Tycho, she's already close to another nano because of these nades she hit, and she's not missing. I don't think she's missed one yet.
No, the angles that she's been throwing them at have been pretty pristine. But we do have the Rally and the Blade coming on Nano as well from Toast here. So this could be the opening we might get. At least get a tick or two on the objective. Blade ready for his Icthurin at the same time. So all they have to do is rip it open. The fight has been expended already. They're getting called out. Oh, that's one down for the side of Ragnarok Sif. One of the first deaths we've seen. Here comes a Nano just to make sure we stay alive in this fight a little bit longer. But we have lost our Ray. We also go for the Pulse Bomb on the Nano Primrose. Is it going to be enough? Though we trade off all everyone in the side of Ragnarok Sif. It's just the two supports with a single rally, keeping them up even longer. Can Tycho and company take this fight by themselves? I'm not sure, but they are going to be waiting for some reinforcements to come soon enough. Oh, that's a huge nade from Miss Toast there.
Yeah, there you go. The nade to close it out from Toast, and that was honestly a really important kill from Saturn at the beginning of that fight. I think that made the difference, and although Ragnarok Sif, they were able to stabilize their backline, the Ana Brig, I think Vamp Queen popped the rally, was able to get the bash off into Saturn, but it just wasn't enough for Ragnarok Sif to be able to get back in time, and they weren't able to use their blade at all either. I think Zythrin dying early on meant no blade for Ragnarok Sif, and that kind of messed up their ult rotation. So Kittens, they've given themselves a second chance. I honestly didn't think they'd be able to push through in that final fight just because they were at such a on paper disadvantage, but they've given it to themselves, and they're gonna have to take advantage of it. Blood Bunny slept pretty far forward. Kittens, they might need to stabilize here because things are not looking too good. Blood Bunny's dead, and now you have Primrose just primaling here, going onto the card, and the fight kind of ended before it ever begun. I don't really feel like much happened there. The Primal off the map, and then looking for the Ana as well, looking for a bit of a stagger here. Primrose, okay, yeah, lots of value there with the Winston.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you said it perfectly. You were, just talking, and suddenly the fight started, and I don't even know where it actually started because there was no real engage from the kids here, besides, Blood Bunny trying to start something off there. But during that fight, Toast and Violet both getting a little bit with their half HP, had to back up, and Primrose saw the opportunity and just went for it immediately. Now, Zythrin has the opportunity to use her own Dragon Blade here. Should be good enough, but here comes a Blade a Nano Nano Monkey coming in from the side of Blood Bunny. Zythrin goes in for the blade. No Nano, no anything, just a dry blade. Doesn't even get too much, besides a lot of her HP does get consumed here. And we lose a lot of our own teammates as well, so she's forced to basically back up and reset with the rest of the Sifs.
Violet there, a bit of a silent carry from the Brigitte. That's a very, very good timed rally, good bash onto the Genji. That's one of the key components when you're playing in this dive composition against the Genji. When you're playing the Brig against the Genji, you're trying to rally and you're trying to get that bash off onto the blade, but soon the double pulse bomb. Tycho, she's committed the nano, but I think that might have been a nano jax. I'm not sure who the target actually was for that nano, and now she's down, and all of a sudden that also means that Kittens, yeah, they committed a good bit there for that fight, but it looks like they're they're going to get the second point, and they're not going to be in too bad shape for ult rotation. Yeah, that's second point, third point now. We'll see if Ragnarok Sif can kind of stabilize themselves, because Kittens, they're making good progress. They're making solid progress. Ray setting up for the Frey ult now, up top left.
I wish you can see my face right now. My eyes, my mouth is just agape from how that fight ended. I mean, Tycho technically did not nano Jax, you know, she got it too, you know, a little stuff nano, no, it goes kind of crazy. But you're right, we didn't get the nano Tycho off. We had the rally, we also have the Freya ultimate, excuse me, I'm not sure what it's called quite yet, but I will learn. But Saturn also has the Dragon Blade ready, and you can see them waiting, procking open, wanting to use it at some point. Now, the cart is a little bit out of stall here, as Ray starts to go for a little bit of a flank here, but while they're in a 4v5, why not pull off this blade and get the rally off at the exact same time? Good defense from Vamp Queen, but not good enough to save our brethren Tycho from that engagement. Kittens looking so good with just a minute left here.
Yeah, that was a good bash from Vamp Queen, but the problem is Ragnarok Sif were already committed to that fight, and that caused a split between the front line and the back line. And in the front line, once isolated, that meant that Kittens could kind of take a 5v3 basically, and they were able to get the kills they needed, even though Ragnarok Sif, their back line, survived. So now they're coming back, they have one more chance, 33 seconds. This is where either team will either cap or hold. And Soup building up to the pulse bomb as well. You have to watch out for that. I think Soup, she's also picked the perk that gives you a bit more HP off the recall, not going for the 2 blanks. Blood Bunny has the primal up, able to get Tycho.
Able to get Tycho and the other support here, Vamp Queen, both out of the fight. No support in favor of Ragnarok right now. They have around 13 seconds left. If they can cap it here with some time extra, that's even better in their next engagement. Post-on does go completely wide, and they're going to cap it with just 7 seconds on the clock here. Just 0.1 away from 8 seconds, but as long as we capped it above overtime, that's all they needed.
Yeah, Kittens, they cap with time. That's extremely important on Numbani, because if they don't cap with time and then Ragnarok Sif, they have a great attack, that's going to mean you're stuck in a draw situation. So that was a key fight, and I think Blood Bunny's primal there at the end made all the difference. I wasn't even expecting that fight to like move as fast as it did, but yeah, that worked very well. Now I think for Ragnarok Sif, I wonder if they're going to change anything up DPS line, right? I could see a Cass being a little bit more useful in the dive mirror, although the Freya has been strong. I feel like Ray, she's proven that she can play the Freya at a high level, so I wouldn't say it's exactly the primary issue. And then for Ragnarok Sif as well, I feel like a Tracer to kind of play split from the team. You can also have the Tracer force the point on attack. That could be useful. Genji, on the other hand, like Genji can kind of cheese the high grounds, right? So you have to choose, like, are we focusing on offense here, or are we focusing on like tactically kind of tearing apart their defense? Ray hovering over the Sojourn, Zythrin sticking with the Genji, so maybe Zythrin in this dive composition just prefers the Genji, which is interesting. I mean, that's definitely a little bit different than I think many teams would prefer to run. And the Kittens, on the other hand, I'm not sure how I feel about this Genji Tracer on defense, because the issue you're going to run into very quickly is that a lot of your pressure on the initial rotation, especially if Ragnarok Sif see this, they can just rotate high ground. There's no like ranged pressure, right? So everything has to be like run at the enemy team, try and get a kill, try and get a hit off, but you don't have that ranged pressure. And that's usually what actually makes Numbani first so hard to attack, is that there's like a hit scan on the very back high ground. They're constantly shooting you. It's a pain in the butt, but Ragnarok aren't going to have to deal with that.
No, they're not. And we go for the engagement on the back line coming in from Primrose. And in the meantime, Ray now going over to the Sojourn here off the Freya. I know, unfortunately. But still, they haven't been able to really push in quite yet. I mean, Ragnarok Sif try and go for the approach from Primrose, but they're naded. She has to get out almost immediately. And now there's a lot of pressure being put onto the side of the back line here, forcing Tycho and Van Queen to kind of disengage for a bit while we allow the Kittens to reset on this high ground. Now Saturn forces defense to be used early. Ray does get a little bit of a headshot there, forces Saturn to be a little bit more of an uncomfortable spot here, but this high ground is still being looked at by Supa, and they have not spotted the Tracer quite yet. Whipshot does go wide, and in that moment the nade goes off on Tycho, and we lose Primrose during the engagement.
Yeah, that was well played by Soup. She was able to distract the backline long enough so that Tycho especially couldn't really see Primrose, and then Primrose falls, and again, like creating that split between the front line and the back line. That is the essence of a Winston mirror, of Winston chess, as I like to call it. You know, each team is trying to cut off the opposing backline, and it's fun to watch. But Ray, a nice little pick there at the end onto Soup, so she's gonna have to be coming back with that pulse bomb. both teams close to the support ultimates. Violet's ahead on the rally though. You see, pretty much has it. Vamp Queen only 73%. Gonna have to build up to it. Ragnarok Sif. I think by now they should realize though that they can walk the high ground for free. They shouldn't really be trying to force it main. They should honestly try and clear the left side. We'll see if they do that. Primrose setting up underneath.
Oh, but the Kittens already ready to meet them at that low ground approach. Tycho and company get a little bit split up. Violet does come in to save the day with a rally. I'm sorry, not rally, but Violet comes in to save the day with a rally onto Toast here. And do we find the pick onto Toast? I mean, no. We are pressing at left, right. Zither in a little bit of a bad spot, way behind near the backline. Saturn coming back to the fight from the spawn room. Big sleep, big purple, even bigger shutdown from Nacho Toast. But while this fight's happening, OC, the point is about to be unlocked with 3 on the cart. They pushed them back so far they couldn't even bother to try to touch.
Yeah, Ragnarok Sif might have won that fight, but I feel like Zythrin's mental after that fight has to be, like, through the floor. I think I saw her miss, like, 3 shurikens on the Ana. The Ana never died, and then popping the blade, immediately getting slept and killed. That is so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. But it's okay. Ragnarok Sif, they push through the first point. We'll see if they can bring themselves forward even more. Vamp Queen still holding on to this rally, trying to escape.
Oh, but Vamp Queen not gonna be able to use it at all. It gets called out by Soup and Blood Bunny for that for using that bash super early on. Now it's just the rest of the team falling victim to the Blood Bunny Winston. Soup does also get a pick onto his Zethrin as well. Point has now been stalled indefinitely while Ray a little bit really far up here at the same time. Tries, oh, there's a blade going off from Saturn in this small room, but we do find a pick onto Tycho with the reverse offensive nade here, and we also get a really late stagger kill onto Ray as well.
Yeah, Blood Bunny with these primals, really dangerous, and she's really stepped it up, and now Tycho's been kind of quieted here on the Ana. I don't know if you've noticed, but you know, we started out this map with Tycho just hitting nade after nade, but now she's under a bit more pressure, I think, especially with this Genji Tracer. Ragnarok Sif are more in the defensive. They can't look for aggressive nades. I think Tycho's saving the nade to use defensively.
And that nade from that far onto Tycho we were talking about a little bit earlier, and there's also a primal Jasmine going up against these guys, but Asha has to force it back up. Soup no longer there to help aid in that dive, being picked off so early on. Now, Blood Bunny doing her best, her absolute best to stay on this high ground, contest the card, but also not die early onwards because the rest of her team is starting to slowly but surely fall apart here on second. And it's going to be able to be capped relatively easily from what was a hard standstill.
Yeah, that was a good nade there at the start of the fight. You called it out from Nacho Toast, and unfortunately, the follow-up from Kittens just wasn't good enough, and I think that was a rally from Vamp Queen to allow Ragnarok Sif to stabilize. Tycho didn't die, and that was very key during that fight, and after that, once the backline was able to stabilize, the counter hit from Ragnarok Sif came through, and they were able to win the fight, and I think that's going to be kind of what they need to achieve here on the third point. We see an early pick. Okay, Primrose is just decimating the backline with the Primal right now. I'm not sure what's happening back here, but it looks like a bit of a stagger situation for Kittens. They're going to lose the Genji as well. Saturn's dead, and we're now in final fight territory, and like I was saying before, it's going to be up to Tycho and Vamp Queen here to just live against this Genji Tracer, this hyper-aggressive front line. As long as they're able to stabilize and live for longer, I think they're going to be good.
It's kind of crazy how much the momentum shifts on Numbani between first and then second, third. You know, that's how it feels. There's no second and third, it's second, third. And that was a rally, but you're purple at the same time, so Violet's not going to have any sort of value. Zythrin pops open with the blades and finish off the fight, and they finish with more than enough time for his re-engagement because the Kittens were able to round out with 8 seconds. They get at least a minute back on the board.
Ragnarok Sif, they bite back. Kittens, they may have capped with time, but Ragnarok Sif, they capped with a lot more, and now it's 3 minutes, 22 seconds for Ragnarok Sif. Only a minute for the Kittens to try and attack, and they'll be first up. And here, I'm curious to see, I'm expecting, honestly, that same Genji Tracer, hyper-aggressive frontline. It's just a matter, especially in a neutral without ultimates, how can they set up their Tracer? How can they set up this hit to get the most impact? And I feel like when you're running a hyper-aggressive frontline like Genji Tracer, the problem is that if you don't get a kill or like a good nade or something early on, then that Genji Tracer is kind of bad at stabilizing and then resetting for another hit. I feel like when you're running that standard flex DPS plus hit scan model that Ragnarok are running, although maybe not, they're just going to run the Genji Tracer as well. I guess that evens it out. Nope, there's the Sojourn. When you're running that, though, you have kind of the Sojourn to assist the backline. It makes stabilization easier, and you're not just fully focused on aggression. With the Tracer Genji, it's all aggression, but maybe Saturn will decide to go with the Sojourn. So each team, you know, they're thinking about changing their strategies. It's unclear what they're going to walk out on. Saturn, maybe Pharah, actually. Interesting. Good to cheese main.
They're doing too much onto us, OC, I think. I think they're messing with a little too much in that spawn room, but they finally figured it out after a lot of back and forth. We're going with the same comp we saw earlier. Soup on the Tracer, we have Saturn back on that Genji, and the same Winston kind of backline we're seeing here as well. But can they get it done in a minute is the real question. I mean, they've already shaved off just 15 seconds by having to walk to the point. And with Tycho back on the high ground, these nades have never been better like we had seen in our previous defense phase for the Sifs. And just like that, Saturn will be the first one to go. And they only have 30 more seconds to get a single tick on the objective here. They had to play for ultimates.
There you go, Tycho, she's back, but here's the thing, she's building this nano very, very quickly because of these nades, because of this damage, so she's going to try and outpace Nacho Toast here. Whoever gets nano first, the longer this fight goes on, it just becomes a race to nano. So that's very, very important. Keep an eye on that.
7 seconds left. It's all the Soup to get a touch here. No Violet on the fray, though. We do trade off the Ana on the side of the Ragnar Sif. Actually, we get a lot of trade-offs, but Toast is still alive. There's no support for the Sifs, so they just keep their target focus, and Tycho and Toast keeps the rest of the team alive. They're going to get not 1, not 2, possibly even 3 ticks here as Blood Bunny dukes it out with Primrose. They've done it. They're going to go and get the cart up, get the cart opened and rolling through the streets here.
There you go for Kittens. It's like a knife through butter. If you manage to get that Genji Tracer set up properly onto the Ana Brig backline, that's how you win fights. That's how you have to win fights, to put it a better way.
And remember how we're talking about how Tycho was originally lapping Toast in that percentage? It's gonna be Toast Nano that comes out first. We do get naded, but we have the Primal instead. We don't get the overhelp due to the nade, the anti-heal. So, but Bunny has to back up a little bit, retreat back to her team, and get healed right back up. Now there's an opposing Nano on the side of Tycho. If she's able to use it right here, right now, this fight should finish up. And it finishes up with no one dying. Instead, everyone got so scared of Ray's aura, they popped off the cart in C9. I can't do it.
The Ray Tycho duo. The Ray Tycho duo. Oh no, unfortunate. So yeah, that's our first C9 of the match. That's solid.
I can't, OC. They really just like, oh snap, there's a Nano Soj, gotta get off the cart. GG's. We'll stop it right here.
Yeah, but now Ragnarok Sif, you know, they have 3 minutes 22 seconds. That's solid. That's almost the amount of time you have to start from the beginning, but Numbani first is one of the most annoying points to attack in the game, even after the rework. So we'll see what they have planned. Don't tell me you're gonna try and cheese it with Brawl. Like I see you hovering over the Orisa Primrose. I see what you're trying to do here. Teams do that, but we'll see. And actually, Kittens, they're making a really good decision here. I actually 100% agree with the decision they're making here by putting Soup on the Sojourn. I feel like the Sojourn is really effective here in particular because before they're running that Tracer Genji, again, you're kind of relying on getting kills early on because you just can't stabilize as a team much easier. So by running the Sojourn, they're playing more into the defense and they're going to have more pressure on those chokes. So that's going to be very, very important. Now, we'll see if they can execute with it, though, because so far we've seen them have success with the Tracer Genji. Not much with anything else, though.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a complete mirror comp here from the side of Ragnar Swift and the Kittens right now. Big Nate comes in, but doesn't really get too many purples on the deck there. Zyther and Og, a little bit too in there, and Sif and Siren both able to finish off what the Ragnarok Sifs have decided to start. Already a little 30 seconds straight off the time bank here. Now we have a little bit less than 3 minutes to go. Still definitely doable for Ragnarok.
That's a great fight for Kittens as well. You close it out early, that means there's not much ult charge for either team as well. If you can just afford to take another slow neutral, then that just burns time on the clock, right? Because really, Ragnarok Sif are playing to build a nano or really any sort of ultimate, especially when you're on attack here. That's the best way to play Numbani, unless you get a free pick, like Ray gets something random. So this is a pretty good position to be in if you're Kittens.
It is, but your backline is super separated. You get naded, and they also are going to be able to back Bloodblade off of them, but we've lost Soup. Bloodblade can be the second one to go right down to Ray's charge here, the rail shot. And that is going to be the first tick already done. They should be able to get a recontest relatively quickly, at least with the bulk of the kittens if they want to. But looks like the kittens are going to be able to set up on second and ideally hold for 2 more minutes.
Okay, yeah, that's rough for kittens. They just kind of got poked out. I feel like Blood Bunny's bubble got forced out a little early. And again, both teams not super close to ult just yet. Nacho Toast is actually close to beating Tycho in terms of ult charge, but this is bad. This is really bad. This is really bad. Saturn's dead. Oh no.
That's really bad, and we are seeing the overclock from Ray as well in the middle of the fight. We do see the Nano come out, and it's going to be actually instead of onto Blood Bunny, it's going to be on the back line just to sustain Ray so low. Vi, the only one able to even look at them, and look at them, and they did, and then they get shot down by Ray on the Sojourn, and just like that, in about 2 minutes, Ragnarok Sif take it in a round 4 of Numbani.
That's unfortunate for kittens as well, because they had such a good first fight. They set themselves up to buy a lot of time there, and then, you know, Ragnarok Sif, they break right through it, and even though Nacho Toast completely, like, diffed Tycho in terms of nano charge, especially because I believe of that first fight where Ragnarok kind of got rolled, Nacho Toast wasn't able to take advantage of that. Wasn't able to take advantage of that nano charge, like forced to, I believe, nano Violet, the Brigitte, to try and stabilize, try and do anything, right? But those stagger picks, that was everything, and that just completely removed Kitten's chance of winning.
Yeah, it moved the chance of winning on Numbani, but this is still a first to 3 series, so as we go into a break, let them decide what third map they want to go on. That can either be the beginning of a reverse sweep or the end of a 3-0 for Ragnarok Sif. Don't go anywhere, I'll be right back with that map 3 for you guys. And welcome back, everybody. Very quick little break. You saw a little bit of that XYBA as well. Shout out to them. Shout out to CGO in general for hosting Kunoichi Kavalry. And shout out to our 2 teams here. Now going over to our map 3, which is going to be New Junk City. Flashpoint coming up on deck here. And OC, are we really surprised?
Not really. New Junk City, I kind of expected it because this shows that they're a little afraid of the Winston on Saravasa that Ragnarok like to pull out. And honestly, I would never take Ragnarok to Saravasa, like ever. New Junk City is a very brawl-heavy Flashpoint map. And this means that you're going to try and take a Brawl Mirror. You're going to try your best at that. And that's going to put Ragnarok Sif a little off their game, I think, just because they don't run Brawl compositions as much. They don't prefer them. So I think this is the correct decision, the correct way to take it.
Yeah, for sure. And I love to go to New Junk City over Saravasa, which typically Saravasa is the the favorite of the 2 flashpoints we have available to us. New Junk City, I feel like, offers a little bit of a different variety, I feel like, in terms of comms. But you might be just seeing the Queen come again, because we did mention earlier Blood Bunny proficient on the Queen as well. So if we see the Kittens do a ban here, I wouldn't be surprised if it's kind of, sort of a protect, just to make sure the Queen is at least viable for the Kittens. Or, of course, we can go right back to what we saw all the way back in the Konga Heroes Grand Championships last season. The Arisa might make a reappearance here, and I wouldn't really be surprised from the Kitten. So as we take down on this ban timer, I'm looking towards a tank protect or an offensive ban on a support or a DPS character.
Yeah, I think here you're either banning a support to try and force the backline that you prefer in the Brawl Mirror, right? Do you like Juno backlines, or do you prefer Kiri Lucio, or you go after a tank? But Torb. Okay, never mind. Torb is about the least expected ban, because normally when teams, ban Torb, they're going after, they're trying to force Hazard, actually. They're trying to play Hazard. I've seen that a lot on maps like Esperanza, where it's like, okay, we want to play Hazard. We like Hazard. We're going to ban the Torb. But banning Torb on New Junk City is something new. That's definitely something very new. I'm not sure where Ragnarok Sif are going to go with this, but like I said, I mean, you can either ban out one of the tanks, probably Arisa or Junker Queen you're banning. Maybe you ban Hazard, but I'm not sure if forcing Hazard on this map is even a good idea in the first place. So do you want to ban that, or do you want to let them just, dig their own grave, right? And then support, what backlines do you like? I feel like Ragnarok Sif should be able to play most backlines, though, so I don't know what their preference is going to be.
I feel that's a good thing, because they're so flexible. They have such a wide range of comps to play between the pools of every single person on this team. And going for a Juno ban, yeah, it limits a lot of the flexibility that Juno has in most of these comps that I was mentioning before. So to ban it, yeah, it's fine. We're maybe forcing a little bit more of the Kira Lucio, maybe forcing maybe the Ana Lucio we were talking about a little bit earlier as well, back in Ilios, and how that might make a reappearance, at least on New Junk City on Flashpoint specifically. But I'm still reeling over the Tor ban. I think we're just being a little silly with it.
Yeah, that's an interesting one for sure. Juno makes sense when teams do this. It's usually at least on New Junk City, so that they can play Kiri Lucio. For first point, I can see later on in the map swapping over to the Ana, but first point, that Ana is so shoved into such a small area that playing around her is pretty difficult, and it would be easy for the Kittens to close the distance on it. So I have the feeling that Taiko, she's gonna prefer that Kiriko on Ragnarok, right? We'll see what they go with, though. The composition's honestly a mystery. I really don't know what each team is going to go with the tanks.
I was gonna say, what are they gonna run then? Because we've had this issue. I mean, for map 1 we kind of figured it out. Well, I don't know what the Kittens have had hog, GG's. But when we went over to Numbani, both of us were like, they could either both just play Monkey and call it a day, or it could genuinely be a different con that we don't know what they're gonna run. Like, they ended up playing Monkey, of course, and hovering over Risa never actually happened. But here, I'm genuinely like, Monkey, okay, they're not gonna force Monkey on New Junk City, surely. Right, surely, OC, they won't force Monkey on New Junk City, but I wouldn't put it past the Kittens to do so anyway.
Surely. I mean, but I think if the Kittens decided to take it to New Junk City, they probably like Brawl. Although, if you want to play like a brawly version of Dive, Hazard comps do exist. They do, and that Torb ban, like I was saying, that's what teams do when they want to try and play a Hazard, because Torb is like a very simple and brainless way to counter Hazard. That's what teams, even OWCS teams, do it. So, I wouldn't put it past them to try and play the Hazard. And I also like Hazard in general as a hero, because I think it's cool that you can get the divey feel of like a Winston, but you have a lot more presence, like a Ramatra almost with like the block and everything. So it's a little similar. And in Blood Bunny, oh what? Oh no, what composition is this? What are we cooking up now? We got the Tracer Genji, super aggressive frontline. We got a ball, and then Moira Kiriko. So there's no speed there. Okay.
I don't know. My Mora's with Saturn right now, so that's a duo going on. And then Soup is looking at the backline and gets a little bit of a dink by Taiko. Forced back up, get the mini pack, and now look at all the pressure being put onto the backline here. Burns the Suzu off, but while we're fighting his little room here, Ray back on the Freya. As if nothing happened, just gets an easy, clean pick onto Saturn to open up the fight easily. Now, we are going to see a lot of pressure being put onto this, the Ray and Taiko here. Taiko comes in to peel for her DPS, but won't be for very long. And this fight is a lot of back and forth, but I will say, with Zytherid getting another 2 picks under her belt, that should be the fight looking in favor of Ragnarok Civ.
Right, and we have Ray swapping over to the cast. It's not a surprise because Ray is public enemy #1 at the moment for the Kittens. They don't exactly want to allow the hit scan to live, and this whole composition, this whole like full dive composition where every person is trying to like frag, even the backline, this Kyrie Moira, all they're doing is just like flanking and fragging. You're always going after the cast first, right? So that it's just how well can Ragnarok pocket the cast.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of, oh, that's red and blue on my screen. I can't even tell you who died first, who died second, who died third. Everyone getting a little bit of trades off, but there are still both tanks available on this fight here, and 2 DPS. And just like that, we do captive point around and take it away from Ragnarok, and getting a last minute pick there from Blood Bunny, rolling right into Zytherin and sending her back to the spawn room. Mines are back online, and I wouldn't be surprised if we just roll right on in, is what I would say before we go for that beautiful hinder nade into a boop into death.
Okay, 10% left in the flashpoint. Kittens, I'm not even sure if it's worthwhile to recontest this just because you might end up staggered for the next point, and they won't. That's the first flashpoint going to Ragnarok Sif. Now, they're also building up to a decent ult bank, and that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for the Kittens. You have Soup, who has the Pulse Bomb. I feel like that's kind of the wild card for Kittens. They just need a good Pulse Bomb, especially onto Ray, if you can.
For sure. And I feel that fight was relatively close, even on the re-engage coming in from Blood Bunny. And Taiko does get her one on Violet first and foremost, forces the minefield to be deployed by Blood Bunny on that high ground, and kind of barricading that entire entryway, and kind of putting Taiko in a little bit of a sticky situation by being called out in that area. Now, Pulse does go completely wide, just completely whiffs on his target, but Ray gets booped right into the minefield and explodes. In the meantime, though, Taiko getting a clean 2 picks all by herself. Zytherin pulls out the blade. Doesn't really find too much with it, but it's enough to at least scare off the Kittens off the objective and take it first in their favor.
Yeah, Taika's just fragging at the moment, and she has that Kitsune ready for the next fight. And Kittens, they've used basically everything that they have. I mean, they're going to have... oh, that's a Deadeye stagger. The solo Deadeye on the ball, and then we have a friendly interaction between Ray and Nacho Toast, who's on the Lucio. I just realized that wasn't Nacho Toast normally on the Flex support? And now we have Nacho Toast on Lucio. Okay, awesome. Saturn, Blade ready to go. Violet almost to the Coalescence. We'll see if they can use this to engage, but I feel like the Coalescence just gets outmatched by the Kitsune.
Yeah, I had to agree here, and I can't wait for Violet to actually, get it in time. Has to go fill himself orb, and also has, the Coalescence ready and dusted. Now, there's the Coalescence being used right there on the main front on the main entry of the objective. Primrose is ready, though. I mean, she's using the shield to kind of block everyone off. Ray does find their run onto Violet, and, I mean, we're just going in for the rush against this super slippery backline. Is it going to be enough, though? Oh, there's a replay of some on a paintball happening on the side here for my people with ADHD that need to focus on 2 things at once. We got you here on CGL, on Kunoichi.
Okay, we've got the TikTok set up now. Second flashpoint has gone to Ragnarok Sif. And yeah, the Kittens, they still have displayed Saturn. Not able to use it just yet, so we'll see if they can make use of it on this next fight. Ragnarok Sif, they won't have a ton to deal with it. You just have to try and avoid the hinder from Ray.
I'm trying to see which observer that is. See, that is actually making me focus. But we're also going to be seeing Soup get picked off by Ray pretty quickly here as the point does get capped and we start to transition over to the refinery. No, we just got off the refinery. We're going over to the junker, I believe. But the fight's happening outside the point. We go for a pick onto Ray. We get our lick back. We also get Zythrin at the exact same time. We might get a trade-off, but I mean, we take those any day of the week.
This is the most unserious, I think, map we've seen so far. And again, the flex support, main support, role swap is great. Soup's able to get that kill onto Tycho. It's just a death match at this point. I'm not even sure who's fighting who. Soup's able to get a second kill in the Vamp Queen. The backline of Ragnarok Sif is gone. Soup's able to get Primrose too. Sure, the Tracer just kills everybody, and now Kittens have finally earned themselves a fight. You see Saturn still has the blade. Hopefully we're not saving it for the next map because we might not have another map if Kittens don't take this one. So Saturn's gonna have to make use of that soon. And then Ragnarok Sif now finally getting their ultimates back, so they'll have something at least for the next fight.
Bloodbunny putting a lot of pressure onto Ray, and in the back of it all, Violet does find her run onto Zythra. We get a repeat though. Saturn can make the trade off as well, so no Genjis on either side of this next team fight. Pulse goes crazy onto Ray. Oh, that's only 3 people in for Ragnarok, so they have to just back up and wait for some more reinforcements. And those are like kill after kill, stagger after stagger. So Kittens have gotten a free 60+% on the board so far.
All right, you can see Ragnarok Sif are ready for a pretty early re-engage. I feel like they're picking up their backline. You see the Lucio's coming back, and the engage is happening soon.
Also, the minefield ready. We also see the Sunbear also be expended here in response to the blade from Saturn, but it's not going to be enough, I fear, for Tycho to outlive that. Oh, we forgot about the Deadeye. They're speeding over to the point. They're down 1 per team here, but the minefield is going to be utilized on the point, but Zythra is so precise with her slashing and dashing that she just avoids the mines altogether and leaves Blood Bunny all by herself.
Saturn might have spent most of this map prepping for that blade, and she was able to get one. She was able to take down Tycho, and Tycho is a prime threat, but Zythrin was able to get a little bit more with hers, so that's unfortunate. Now Tycho has this Kitsune, and Kittens, they don't have much to deal with it, right? You have that Coalescence coming up, but Coalescence is pretty weak overall, and Ragnarok Sif, they're just looking to chase down this Moira.
Well, having the Annihilation, having the Kitsune Rush in this next fight, I mean, they can stall this out to 9999 with just these 2 ultimates. One can be used already here as a response to Soup daring to put their feet on the point as the Tracer. 1-2-1-2-1, Siren goes down, no DPS on the side of the Kittens. We are going to be using the Coalescence here and committing with it for just our ball, and actually going for a little more of a offensive approach with the Coalescence, because Bloodbunny got no lick of that Coalescence gone towards her.
Alright, Zythrin cleaning up, and that might be it for Ragnarok Sif. I'm not sure if there's any solid touches for Kittens. If anybody will be able to get back, we'll see. I mean, it is a very mobile composition, so if they're able to get 1 touch, they might be able to get more. You have the ball coming in, and there's the Genji touch.
There's Genji, but there is an even better Annihilation alongside the Sound Barrier, so extra sustain for Primrose to just walk around the point, follow these extremely slippery targets, and force another recontest from Blood Bunny. Now, she does get a Vortex in, and she goes for the Power Driver, and then goes into the loving arms of Primrose, and a loving 3-0 honor for Ragnarok Sif, taking the championship, taking grands in their favor, winning out the Masters Division of Kunoichi Kavalry.
A perfect bracket for them. Not a singular map dropped, and well, they almost dropped Numani, but after that they looked pretty solid. We saw Kittens running that Kiri Moira. I think there was that one YouTube video out there where someone was saying that Kiri Moira ball could work, but I'm not sure about that. It's an interesting strategy for sure, but didn't work out for Kittens.
They have fun. That's all I care about. They got it together again. They got together just for this last week. I don't even think they scrimmed once. I think they like maybe mentioned, "Hey guys, you have Kuno this weekend." They're like, "Oh, okay." Anyway, I think that's exactly what happened with these guys, and they did absolutely fantastic for going through the bracket. Only went 2-2 here, and got to grand finals against an undefeated team like Ragnarok, who had been together for so long. I mean, I think both teams did absolutely wonderful. Gave me some laughs. Gave us a C9. He has a lot of guys. We had on a paintball at some point. Don't know how we got to that point. So this is the conclusion of this grand finals. But don't go anywhere. We're gonna be getting an interviewee from the winning side here in just a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere. Be right back with that person. Welcome back, everybody. I am so honored to introduce Zythrin and Primrose from the winning team Ragnarok Sith here today. Guys, how are we feeling after that wonderful victory?
I feel okay.
Yeah, I feel good.
Wonderful. And just, just to start things off really fast, going and having a 3-0, perfect record in this series. How do you guys feel about, yourselves as a team and going forward in the competitive space?
I think we're just mechanically way stronger than everyone else in this division, and that makes it pretty easy. Hopefully we'll play open next time.
Yeah, I think it was a good testing grounds whether or not, because we're planning to do challengers, and we were thinking about doing open, but want to do a limit test first.
That makes sense. And I think I have a fun question for you now. What do you think happened on second and third point defense on Numbani? Because I know,
Oh man,
I think that was where you struggled the most. So what do you think went wrong?
we never played Numbani as a team. I think we played it twice, so
was the
that's probably
second
what
time,
went wrong. Yeah.
Also some unfortunate, like getting our nano cancelled and getting our primal cancelled on
Couple
second and
staggers
third,
here and there.
and some staggers. It was
Yeah, it's messy.
messy.
Right. And were you surprised when you saw the Hog or the Kiri Moira? Like so many
yeah.
different weird compositions coming out. So like, what did you think on Ilios especially? Like what was your plan once you saw the Hog?
I mean,
I go for the
the hog.
backline.
Yeah, go for backline. The hog was kind of just sitting AFK on
Just
point,
hanging out. Yeah.
and we just leave hog for last.
Makes sense.
That's too funny. I can't. There's like, yeah, Hog was just AFK on point. We're like, we'll just kill the backline. Like, you guys
Yeah.
kill me. All right, for your final question, I just want to ask you guys to give a shout out to whomever you'd like on the broadcast, and you guys can absolutely go one at a time for this one.
You want it Prim or first?
Go ahead.
Or?
Yeah. You go
Okay,
first.
I'm gonna give a big shout out to Alex, our coach. Really helped out a lot. Really helped out me a lot this season, and also our great manager, Rain. We're gonna get our Pokemon stickers. We get them every time we win a tournament, so we're building up the collection.
I think I'd like to thank Luca, like Redemption. He is the only reason I ever got into competing, and I feel like I'm actually getting to a point where I'm decent at the game, and very happy about it.
No, I love that. You guys did absolutely fantastic. Again, undefeated. All throughout the main bracket into grand finals. Not a single map drop. Sub maps, I believe too. We probably didn't drop any of those either. So, congratulations on your victory, being the champions of the first Kunoichi of the year. Kunoichi Kavalry champs. You guys, I'm gonna let you guys go. Enjoy your victory, and we'll see you guys later for the next Kunoichi.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Of course. Bye bye. That's my DPS. That's my DPS for Salad. Zythrin. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy for her. I cannot lie. But I love seeing just like ex teammates just go win things. I'm so proud of her. But that's just me being a little bit gushy, happy. But otherwise, that is gonna be it for the Masters division. We have one more division coming at you real soon. Here is the Open division. For Kunoichi Kavalry, so kind of the highest of the high level we can really see here. As a reminder, here are the scores of what happened. I mean, they went the distance on Numbani, and it really could have gone either way had we not had the aura farming that was Ray nanoed and about to like destroy everybody. But otherwise, we're gonna go set up for that open match. Again, congratulations to Ragnarok Sith. You guys should be patting yourselves on the back for that wonderful victory, and we're gonna go get set up for that open tier match.
Deep in it, can't stop. don't fall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Got lots of love. Love. 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 Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here to close out the final day of Kunoichi Kavalry with the highly anticipated open division between Inato's Island and Nico Cat Fan Club. guys, I am so excited to see these guys bring it out at the full forefront of the power of the open tier division. Now, still gonna be myself and OC covering this for you guys, and we're gonna be starting things off, I believe, on Lijiang Tower. Was our first map of the night for these guys.
Yeah, Lijiang Tower, I feel like that tells you that a team, they're confident in their own playstyle. They might have a few set strategies for things like gardens or control center, but it's not like the full-on dive kind of map that Ilios is, for example. That's one of the other options in the map pool. So if you're running Lijiang Tower, I feel like you're confident on your brawl compositions, your dive compositions. It's a very versatile map.
Oh, for sure. And Lijiang, one of the most, played upon maps in the control map pool that we do have to offer here, and in other tournaments as well. Now, as you were saying, there's a lot of content going to be played here, mostly brawl, some diversity with some dive also to be seen as well. And we can also see here is the pool here, sorry, not the pool, excuse me, the bracket of the open tier. A little bit small, only 4 people, but unfortunately, HRC Shock might be the best name in the division, I fear, going down to NicoCat fan club, excuse me, it's so small, excuse me. NicoCat fan club going 3-2, very, very close series. I believe it was streamed yesterday, so you want to get a little catch up on that. It is extremely entertaining, but otherwise, this is how NicoCat fan club made it all the way to face off against the undefeated Nado's Island team here on Lijiang Tower. Gonna be a really interesting thing to start things off as. Now let's look over at the roster for Nado's Island. The namesake themselves also in that roster, as soon as we can get it pulled up here.
Yeah, and I mean, before we get those names pulled up, I think we can also kind of look at the fact that NicoCat Fam Club, I mean, they worked really hard to get here, and they came from getting 3-0'd by HRT Shock to actually coming back and winning 3-2. So that's really impressive.
1000%. These guys are so good at running these games, at playing these games. Like, yeah, they lost, but then they made an insane comeback. But let's talk about the bans, of course, excuse me. Bans first, then rosters. Always check the rulebook, on my opinion. But we are continuing the bans start coming up on here, as we are seeing Nado's Island be the forerunner in the seeding. They are the first seed here. They get first ban pick. And when it comes to Lijiang Tower, a lot of times we've been seeing the Pharah get banned a lot of times just by default on Lijiang. I wonder if that's what we're going to be seeing here as well today.
Yeah, Pharah can be pretty strong in Night Market and Gardens. Not too much in Control Center, but on those 2 maps, I mean, she's strong enough that you kind of almost have to play Pharah in a lot of instances if you aren't banning her. So I think it's just up to Nado's Island. Like, what do you prefer, right? Are you okay with playing Pharah? If you are, you don't ban it, and you can usually take advantage of that to try and ban a support or a tank. Often supports to try and force the backline that you prefer to play, and that's a very telling ban, actually. A Kiriko ban pretty much says that, hey, we want to play Juno. We want to play Juno. We want to force the other team to play Juno as well. A lot of the time, like Juno Brig or Juno Lucio, sometimes I feel like Juno Lucio is a little rare, but still effective. And yeah, that shows us that maybe some Juno Brig, that might be a preference for Nado's Island.
So interesting as well to have the Juno Brig ideally be in the back pocket here, over maybe the Kiriko Lucio, over maybe even the Honor Brig as well. I think going with the Juno Brig, I'm a big fan of. We haven't really seen Juno too much on the stream as of today, but it gives you a little bit of that speed needed on a lot of these engages you have to have on Control Center, on Night Market, on on Gardens as well. But as you tick down the timer for the NicoCat fan club, they might be looking towards a tank ban. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe like the Ram ban or anything like that. But otherwise, as we go down, let's see what the final result is. It is gonna be the Pharah. We're still holding true.
Go.
Keep Pharah ban on Lijiang.
Yeah, NicoCat fan club, not a fan of the Pharah, don't want to play it, and then you ban it out because it's basically, again, you're kind of, you really just need to run the Pharah unless you know the opposing team isn't going to run it as well. That's how strong she is on this map. So that's the Pharah gone, that's the Kiriko gone, most likely a Juno Brig mirror, and we'll see how that plays out. Also, to be fair, I feel like the Juno Brig and Control Center are very strong. Same thing with Night Market. I think Night Market Juno Brig super good. But then you get the Gardens, and maybe teams will run like Ana Lucio or something along those lines. So that could have an impact.
Yeah, for sure. And we're gonna be seeing the playmakers behind these bans. NATO's Island coming at you. We have Nato Cat O, we have Han, we have Amity, we have Crumb, and Kurei Misaka, not Mikasa, excuse me, Misaka coming as well in that backline. We see the Brig, so there's a favorite. There's someone who plays the Brig, likes to play the Brig, as has her as their favorite character. And I'm looking at Karaya to play that Brig, while Crumb likely on that journey we were talking about a little bit earlier, according to that Kiriko ban. And now let's transition over to the Nico Cat Fan Club. Boom! Here they come. We have Greg, we have Stella, we have Yoshim, we have Maisno, and we have Orias Hunter coming at you as well. Both tanks noticeably having Ball as their favorite hero, so could that be a little bit of an indicator of what comps we might be seeing on Lijiang today?
Yeah, potentially. I feel like on the side of both teams, I feel like both tanks, I've seen a little bit of their play, so it'll be interesting to see how deep their hero pools actually are. And although I'm not familiar with all the players here, I feel like there might be a good few different compositions, right? We might see more flexibility than you see from certain teams.
Yeah, for sure. And when you have the ball coming out, and I mean, if you have like a double ball mirror comp here, I will be like, oh my goodness, a lot going on here. There's something happening on this side. There's a pummel happening this way. Someone's dead from something over here. Otherwise, these are our lineups for Lijiang Tower for tonight's grand finals match of open tier. And again, it could be anyone's game. Now, previously, did NATO's Island come out on top over Nico? Yes. Nico had an extremely close game with HSC Shock just yesterday. They are rearing and ready to go to hopefully take it back in this first to 3 series. Now, we transition over to Lijiang Tower, and it looks like we're going to be throwing things off on Night Market. Oh my god, are those bow buns? Oh, that sounds so good right now. Stop.
Yeah, looks very good indeed. And I think if we're starting off on Gardens, that's going to be ball central. And, you were saying, hey, both teams might want to run the ball. Well, that's definitely going to be, Night Market. Looks like it's Night Market, but I do see a ball there. So either way, the ball can be played. I feel like the one thing with the ball is that if you're running an Ana with it especially, it's a little difficult to set up on Night Market, to set up your Ana positioning. But both teams hovering over the ball, Juno Brig from Nico Cat Fan Club, and NATO's Island on Ana Brig. Very, very different. Like a Juno Brig with a ball is almost like a weird brawl composition. A brawl composition that lost the plot.
they try getting there, and then something happened along the way. You can already see the rotations happening for it. NATO's Island, they're already going over to the objective and kind of wrapping around to me, Nico Cats, at the beginning of the objective on the main part, excuse me. So we also have the nade coming in. Does find Orias Hunter, and it's gonna be follow-up. It looks like there will be on the side of Amity finding the Brig. Gonna be able to find Orion. Oh, Orion is super low as well, and they find it easily at the same time. We lose Amity during the exchange, but NATO's Island, even without their tank player, can in fact disrupt this ball, disrupt Yoshim's attempt at stalling, and regain the capture point in their favor.
All right, Nico Cat Fan Club over to Ana Brig. Not a huge surprise, but honestly, I even think like if you're up against the Hazard, maybe an Ana Lucio, because Brig can struggle against the Hazard because she can't really like block the slash, right? So that is an exchange which is going to allow Amity to have a bit of an advantage here in the backline trade, and that's an early kill onto Greg. Yeah, that's rough.
That's huge. Poor Greg and Yoshim going right after the fact as well. So it's really just a backline living for just a little bit longer, but it's all for naught. Orion is going to be the last one to go. Nico Cat Fan Club looking a little bit worse for wear, especially also in the old economy here, OC.
Yeah, and I think this ball is just going to struggle to find an angle in. I think the ball is a bit harder in Night Market. It's a bit tougher to get the value out of the ball, find a way in. It does work, though. It can work, but also with this immobile on a Brig, it's like just the Hazard on a Brig has an advantage in that frontline duel.
Losing NATO Kato so early onward, but they trade off for Greg, and they're going to use a downpour early on the fight just to help sustain through the engagement that we see the Nico Cat Fan Club take here. Amy does get anti-nated and then completely called out by the entire force of the Nico Cat Fan Club. Crumb going to be coming in with the rally just to sustain a little bit longer on this engagement while we wait for NATO to come back into the fight as a tracer, but Crumb is a little bit too overzealous there. Postbomb does trade off, and we do go for the nano on the dead eye, and Yoshim is right there for the pickup to send them packing back to the spawn room.
Okay, that's a flip for Nico Cat Fan Club, but we see Amity coming back onto the Winston now, off of the hazard. Here's the rally, trying to stabilize best they can. Nico Cat Fan Club just barely holding on here on the edge of Nightmare Code, on the edge of the point, and it looks like a Rise Hunter is able to take down Nadakato, so Nico Cat Fan Club, they do succeed, and they hold on to their the point here, and they're going to continue to go up. I think this is kind of their last chance. They can't afford to lose a fight. We have the Nano coming up for them, so that's going to be their initial engage ultimate. Maybe a Nano Blade.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, Dado's Island doesn't have any ults that are named so far. Polar Spawn the closest, arguably, a little bit of a nothing burger in the grand scheme of things. So we're looking for those engagements to maybe close out, one of those backlines and get a trade-off. But like you said, coming to fruition, it is going to be that Nano Blade coming in, not one, not two, but three under Cella's belt here. Maybe even get a last-minute pick onto Amity at the same time, and we definitely find a nice, clean kill, team kill from Nico Cat Fan Club.
Nico Cat Fan Club, they do commit 2 ultimates for that, so they're going to be going at a bit of a disadvantage the longer this round goes. They're going to have to just win their next 2 fights straight up. Greg, Overclock, ready to go. Yoshim has the mines as well. If they can get an ultimate or 2 out of Nado's Island here, that would be ideal. You see, Nado's Island, they're taking things really slowly because they just don't have many ultimates.
Yeah, they have to too, and but they can take it slowly, still get a pick off, get another anti-nade out from Kuraya, kill Mazemal, and that is how you get a nice clean fight done, even in the face of adversity, having almost nothing to your name, despite Nico Cat Fan Club having at least 2 under their belt. So this next re-engagement, like you said, OC, this is gonna be last fight territory.
Yeah, Greg was split off there in that fight. Now still has the overclock, sliding directly into the Brigitte. Oh my goodness, that could have been a 2K there. Now Yoshim's contesting on the point. There's the slam from Yoshim, looking to boop the Brigitte off. Got it. That's solid. And now Arias Hunter's able to take down Nadakato, so it looks like Nico Fan Club might be able to turn this.
Well, just from the minefield into the boob, we have another high noon coming in on the objective itself. Hans, not even finding too much, unfortunately, but here's a rally kind of booping Kuraya Misaka all over the place into their death. And suddenly, yeah, overtime has been activated, but at the very least, the fight kind of ended relatively early onwards here. They can get a recontest before the overtime marker again.
Nado's Island, it looks like Nadakato's been forced out. That's really bad for them, actually, because it's up to the Tracer to touch, and I'm not sure that Nadakato can get back. Maybe. You see Nadakato almost there, blocked off by the ball, able to dash through and get that touch. Yoshim on the side.
Not getting focused on by this ball. The rest of the fight still happens behind Yoshim's, right behind Yoshim. Hawk comes in, gets a 2K all by their lonesome. Amity comes in, gets a final blow onto Stella, and they sustain through with Crumb's rally. And somehow, someway, during the exchange, while Yoshim was distracted, they all died behind them, and Nico Cat Fan Club lose out on what could have been a good first round under their belt.
Nico Cat Fan Club a little too distracted with preventing the Tracer touch there and just weren't on top of things. And after Hunt was able to get those 2 kills, it was just so difficult to turn that. That's both teams surprising me with fights that I thought they weren't going to be able to win and situations that I didn't think they'd be able to win. But here we go. We're off to Gardens now. And this is where Yoshim on that ball might have a bit more of an advantage. We'll see what Amity decides to do. We've seen her on a few heroes so far on the Winston, on the Hazard. I'm not sure which direction she's gonna go. She went to Doomfist for the contest, but I kind of doubt she'll keep it, but who knows? It's Winston.
Now we're going over to the Winston. Yeah, I'm gonna say we're going to the Winston on dive, and likely we see Kato back on the Tracer here. Now, rotations going in around the right room while the ball comes in around the dojo area, tries to disrupt the focus of Nado's Island, but they are looking prime and proper to take this bridge away from the opposing council here of Nico Cat Fan Club. Now my ball player, a little bit gets low for where it tries to hang on, gets super low, gets to make it back in time though, and still is getting chased down by Nado Kato and of course the tank here by Amity. Point still is being contested. Big Anthony comes in from Kuraya, and that should pretty much be the done deal in favor of Nado's Island.
Yeah, and I think Yoshim has actually picked up the Steamroller perk, I believe, on the ball. So that's going to be a little annoying for Amity on the Winston. I think that Steamroller perk is particularly effective against Winston, because you can kind of punish Winston if you are able to get a correct roll through, especially if you get rid of the armor, right? So that's something that could maybe turn the tides for NicoCat fan club, but it's tough because also like they're running the Genji, and running Genji with a ball, it's harder for Genji to follow up compared to a Tracer, and that's a no.
No! No, what do you mean we bashed into my Ana with pulse on? That's so unfortunate, and a very easy, clean, basically team wipe for NATO's Island, and all because of a simple misclick.
Yeah, the wrong type of gift to provide your Ana player. I wouldn't exactly recommend that. Yoshim now trying to find a way to set up. There's a little whip shot from Crumb, just trying to pressure, and it looks like an aggressive hit, very, very aggressive hit from NATO's Island is going to result in Mazemel dead in spawn pretty much, and the rest of NicoCat fan club just trying to get away. And you see Yoshim in the back slept, so it looks like NicoCat fan club, their front line's getting forced out now. And okay. Haunt's off the map though. Haunt now in match chat freaking out. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but I will assume that it wasn't the best situation. I'm not sure how Haunt died, but that's all right. And you see a midi just going for another aggressive hit.
I'm gonna assume that Haunt wanted to take a playbook out of Emily's build there, and she tried to jump off, and Winston can do that, Mike Cassidy cannot. But there is a primal on the board here in favor of Amity. She does get a little bit sidetracked, a little bit separated from the rest of her team, but we're still able to pick it up with the forces of Nato Kato and Hamin Ha. We're picking open with a Deadeye, making all this space basically in the spawn room. The rally is hopeful of the best of things, and we also nano the rally while Yoshim is trying the absolute best to get back to the objective. She gets there in the nick of time to take over and start an overtime timer here, and forces a retreat of the NATO's Island crew here. Dragonblade comes in as well from Stella. Can they get anything? They get one, they get Haunt, they get two. That's Crumb as well. What else can we see here? This might be the reversal, but if they do get it here, OC, that next fight is gonna be even harder to play through, especially with no ultimates online.
Yeah, they don't really have anything. Arias Hunter trying to build up to that rally, but NATO's Island also kind of empty and with the gas tank. I mean, you have the Nano coming up soon, but that's it, really, and a Pulse, but the Pulse is avoidable, except if you bring it to your Ana. But other than that, pretty much avoidable. So we'll see what Nico Fan Club can do to build up to their ultimates, to play slow, to play well in this neutral, and also deal with this Nano.
With Sleep Dart there, Mazemel, she's forced to back up almost immediately here. Pulsong goes completely wide. Nice shield off from Arias. Thankfully, and then we get the nano off on the opposing end here. NATO's Island gonna be nanoing Haunt at the same time. Here's a dead eye, and no one is peeking that, but that makes no space to recap the point and take down overtime, forcing a last minute contest from Arias with the rally. And it was so rushed, it was so messy that they can't do anything else. NicoCat fan club can't do anything else. Yeah, we get a Dedashin, even better Boop, even better Primal, and Amity cleans up the fight with the Primal Rage of the Winston. NATO's Island takes it 2-0 on Lijiang Tower.
That's difficult, especially losing on pretty much the ball point when you're the ball team, right? So the ball just not able to get as much value as maybe intended from Nico Fan Club. And yeah, I'm trying to think here as well. That final fight, it's difficult, right? You're working up against the Nano. You're working at a disadvantage. I think the best solution to go for is really just to take a very, very aggressive early fight. The more time you give for NATO's Island to kind of build up to the ultimate, to go for the Nano that is best for them to go for, you kind of just let them define the fight. I think instead you have to set the tempo there. That's difficult, and then you're working against it, right? But Nico Fan Club, NicoCat Fan Club, I think what we've kind of seen at least is a bit of a clutch factor, right? Where when they're about to lose, when they're about to fall, I feel like they are able to catch themselves a little bit, and that could matter later on.
Yeah, absolutely. There were such... I think the first round was going so well, just to keep it very much nice and even. But as soon as we got to Guardians, as soon as we got to play a really effective dive with the Winston, that's kind of where I saw NicoCat Fan Club fall apart a little bit there, especially the backline in front were a little bit disconnected. We saw a lot of moments where the backline of NicoCat Fan Club were pretty much down for the count almost immediately as for the fight started triggering first in the favor of NATO's Island. So as NicoCat Fan Club does lose out on this first round, they at least have the opportunity to choose map 2 and it's kind of gear it to what comp they really want to play. Do they want to go with some more low brawly? They want to go for maybe another chance at the dive, or maybe a little mix of the both?
Right, I think it kind of depends on your tank's hero pool and your comfort there. I'm not exactly sure where they're gonna take this, honestly. I mean, if you prefer Ball, I don't think Hollywood or Numbani are like the two kind of dive maps there. I don't think either of those are the most fun if you're a Ball player. Maybe you can pull it out on Numbani, but I don't think there's any clear options right now, and we'll learn pretty quickly because usually in a match you get an idea of at least like what brawl compositions the team might want to run, or if they'll run them at all. We'll get an idea of if NicoCat Fan Club will want to do that based on their map pick, and I think also just the aggression out of Amity and the aggression out of NATO's Island is something that NicoCat Fan Club need to deal with, because they were kind of getting spawn camped there. The hits were very aggressive, the ultimates were very aggressive, and that's difficult to deal with.
It is, and it forces a kind of pressure to be put onto NicoCat Fan Club as they're in the spawn room. They see the timer, not even the timer, the percentage going up and up and up, close to 100%, and they realize we are stuck here. We burned Rally just to try to get out of the small room right off of the spawn room. We burned our resources trying to save everybody. We burned Nano, I believe, as well on that aforementioned Rally, so they had to start scrambling to touch, and then they burned Minefield not even on the plane. They burned it right at the entryway to maybe block off NATO Island's retreat from the bridge, but it was, by the time they got to the objective, there was nothing really there, and that's just the pressure of the situation that they're in as a team in these kind of exchanges where you're being spawn camped for so long and you're like, I don't want to be spawn camped, and then like we lose the point from a spawn camp. But that also is like a good thing that NATO's Island was able to pull off, was a very effective spawn camp by allowing Haunt to basically play the game, nanoing Haunt, getting multiple dead eyes off. Same thing with Nato Kato. She was doing extremely well on the trace. I mean, she got a free 2k with Pulse Bomb because we patched into my Ana, and it happens, you know? So hopefully NicoCat Fan Club definitely shakes it off as we now transition into our map 2, which will be Blizzard World.
All right. I mean, if we're going to see Freya at all during this match, I feel like Blizzard World is where you might see it. I think Freya, you know, she lacks that horizontal mobility, but she's pretty good in situations where you don't need that as much and you're just setting up on a high ground going for that range. So she can apply a lot of pressure. NicoCat Fan Club, they get their first ban. And when you're taking out the Blizzard World, a lot of the time, you can run dive, but you're usually trying to avoid it. I feel like it's like the double flex support type of map. You run on a Zen, on a Kiri, things like that. You either go for a more aggressive dive variant, or you try and run some sort of brawl or like Sig or something to try and play at range.
Yeah, for sure. And as we go into the ban phase as well, I mean, NicoCat Fan Club has a wide plethora of options to choose from. Do they want to maybe ban the ball and limit that option from NATO's Island? Do they want to limit dive in general? Do they want to ban maybe Winston and go for something else that would be a little bit better to their needs? Now, they will be banning... Ooh, it actually will be the Winston ban that we were going to be seeing from the NicoCat Fan Club. I think that Winston was a lot more impactful from NATO's Island, because I think he's also just more versatile as a tank character than maybe Ball is. So I don't mind the pick at all. So now it's up to NATO's Island seeing, okay, they banned Winston, what can we kind of infer from that?
Yeah, so we already can see that Amity does have a hazard, and also I think I've seen Amity play the Diva as well, actually, in a match. So considering that she has a pretty deep hero pool, I feel like it's really just up to, if you want to play the hazard especially, I think you go after the Torbjorn as a ban. You could also ban the Zen. You prevent that double flex, or you prevent that damage heavy kind of DPS line. And if you do that, then it's easier to dive and force it anyways, even if you don't have the Winston. Your other option is just to be confident in the Diva. And then you're like, okay, well, if they're going to run double flex, we're just going to run Diva. We're going to play Diva Mirror, maybe something like that. But it's going to be a Genji ban. And I think that's kind of telling in the sense that maybe we're going to see Diva be played here. That's kind of what I'm expecting. And then what we saw from NicoCat Fan Club is that they were forcing Genji, right? Because normally in ball compositions, you're always running Tracer. I don't know if you've noticed, but like, that's kind of the default, because Tracer and Ball, they can both kind of work independently from their team, play super split. Genji can't do that as easily. So that might be a bit of a comfort pick. And I think NATO's Island just making that an easy ban, an easy crutch ban.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, going for the Genji here in a response to the Winston ban, I think is just a pit for pat kind of situation. You know, we ban a Genji that will possibly be used here on Blizzard Road, which is for fair. Blizzard Road, you can absolutely play Genji here. So I feel like it's going to be lean us toward, for the Flex Road at the very least, it's going to lean us more towards Tracer, maybe even Echo making a reappearance. Especially on Blizzard Road, I feel like she's relatively strong on this map as an individual character. Now, what exactly they're going to be running here, I'm not sure.
Yeah, the Freya is an
I'm
option.
excited.
And
Yep,
yeah,
absolutely.
double flex support as well, right? Again, the distance of the angles on these points here on Blizzard World, they allow you to run greedier backlines, but it looks like neither team is going to decide to do that. They're okay with the Ana Brig, and Ana Brig's just fine, right? Just because you can do it and run the Ana Zen or something a little bit more aggressive doesn't mean you have to do it. And NATO's Island kind of considering what they want to run, maybe ball. I'm thinking they're probably going hazard here, but the ball would make sense. There's hovering over the hazard, walking out on it, so that's going to be the defensive strategy from NATO's Island. Cast Tracer, same thing they were running a lot of before on the previous map. Nico Cat Fan Club, sticking with their preferred ball, and maybe a Sombra.
I'm kind of sure we didn't actually go for a cast ban if we're going to be keeping the ball, especially on Blizzard World. So Haunt is me putting a lot of pressure on not just Yoshim, but Stella Luna as well. So both of those players has their work cut out for them on their respective characters. Now, you can really see Stella, she is going all the way around towards the point, maybe to force out some repositioning from those island as they are kind of situated on this high ground, now all dropping low and trying to see, hey, they don't have a ball, they don't have one of the DPS, maybe we can get something started, but no, it's going to be Stella Luna. She is going to be able to force everybody out into an unwise position, excuse me, as she goes on the high ground and looks over around the foyer, and there goes Kiraya Misaka, no longer in the fight, getting headshotted by Greg. Now that is a beautiful open pick that they were able to get for their team. Now it's up to NATO's Island. Can they recontest? Can they reconvene? Well, it looks like we are seeing Amity go over towards the soldier and force her to slide out, but Stella Luna is still being unchecked as she finds another big pick here onto Haunt.
Okay, Nico Cat Fan Club trying to get their presence known on the point. You see NATO's Island, they're playing very slowly, trying to get the respawns. No ultimates for either team just yet. You see Greg on this high ground, needs to be cleared first. It's off, and Middy's able to get that first pick onto a Rise Hunter. Now looking for more. The Sombra's caught. Middy's able to get a second. She's going off here. A third onto Mazemal. The Hazard, a real threat. A fourth. Greg's gone, and it's just Yoshim and Ball left, going back to spawn.
Amy just casually getting a clean 3K all by herself. My bad. She was not waiting for the game, this girl. She's also going to be having that downpour ready and active in just a couple of seconds here. 99% to that, in fact. Outpacing the minefield, outpacing the EMP. Nato Kato goes over for the pulse bomb. Doesn't really find much, but nice to use it whenever you possibly can. My backline also coming in on those the rally and nano much faster than the attackers really can right now. Seeing a little bit of disruption caused by Stella here. No one really going down quite yet, but getting a little bit dangerously low as we do see the kind of pincer we're seeing. We're seeing the Soj and backline coming from the front. We see the ball and the Sombra from the back. We see the nano being spun onto Haunt, who has done this song and dance before and is happy to do it one more time.
That was beautiful timing from NATO's Island. I think they caught on to that setup from Nico Cat Fan Club, and the moment that Yoshim came in with those mines, NATO's Island immediately reacted with that nano, with the Hazard ultimate, that downpour, and it was perfect. It was perfect. Nico Cat Fan Club completely shut down. Now they're relying on this EMP and this nano to get them some sort of value. Maybe a nano overclock into an EMP. You just try and get your ults out. You just try and get yourself a fight win, but the Tracer's marking the Sombra, and this is a bit of a problem.
Oh, but the health pack is hacked, so unfortunately, as much as Nato Kato wants to fight this Sombra off, really can't. That small enclosure. Oh, but Stella Luna gets called out by Haunt. Haunt gets a nice little headshot. We go for the TP in place for that immediate invincibility. The pulse bomb comes over onto the backline, finds Mazemal. Greg does get their one onto Nato Kato, but Emily does find the last lap onto Greg. There's a little bit of a hack in place and a wall being built off. Stella Luna does TP out just in the nick of time, but we've shaved off 3 minutes of the defense phase, and we've gone down to about 30 seconds.
Yeah, Nadokato's Tracer here, a huge problem for Stella Luna on the Sombra. And actually, I like to tell players this. They're surprised. I think Tracer is one of the best counters to Sombra because she's just so good at chasing the Sombra around. Even if the Sombra TP's away, the Tracer can chase, and that's why the Tracer is so effective. But here, we see Stella Luna setting up for this EMP, getting in behind.
She's ready. She's gonna rip it open, and I feel it. But she gets called. Just stunned by Crumb. using the regular permanent fire. Someone gets a little bit too close, and there's no AB to be seen. Oh, with 4 seconds left. Oh, see, that's devastation. Oh my. No. That would be
Crumb
fight
said, no
winning.
thank you. No thank you. I am not dealing with your EMP today. I think that means that there was not a singular EMP from Nico Cat Fan Club. And that's a full hold from Nado's Island, really showing their versatility as a team. I mean, that initial fight, they lost some players. It looked like they were going down, and then they were able to stabilize, re-engage. Amity got 3, and then after that, actually 4. Amity got 4 there. And then after that, it was just constantly marking the Sombra, constantly preventing that Sombra from getting value. And Nadakato did a lot of that on the Tracer, but in the end, Crumb on the break spotted it, and there you go, the spy checking, it pays off.
We love spy checking in this house. I just saw spy checking work in real time. That was beautiful from Crumb. They just did a fantastic job of basically helping they won off of Crumb spy checking and shutting down Stella in that regard. Now Stella, I don't know, that EMP would have been massive, but it is what it is, and we're going to be moving forward. And ideally, Nico Cat Fan Club, they have to hold these next 2 ticks, basically for their lives. But Nado's Island, they're going for something a little bit more fast-paced, a little bit more explodey, and that's going to be the Rhine composition. Haunt going over to the Widowmaker, hopefully to get a first pick here. Stella already kind of reading their mind in that regard, and having her own Widowmaker to start off with.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Nico Cat Fan Club, they're running an extremely greedy composition here with the Widowmaker and the Sojourn. I mean, 1 Tracer and it's all over, right? But seeing Nado's Island, they're doing the little Lifeweaver pool, and now Amity over to the Hazard. Now, this is going to be really annoying for Amity because she's just going to take infinite damage. So I think here, Amity basically on Hazard just needs to be AFK and be bait, while the Sombra Tracer for Nado's Island just set up. And once they're set up, I mean, this double hit scan on a Zen should just fall apart. It really should, but we'll see what happens.
Oh, it will fall apart. Once we get the teleport up to the high ground, we lose out on Maze Mel, but we still get at least 2, both DPS actually of Nado's Island. No longer in the fight. Emily's still fighting off as much as she possibly can, but she's just gonna have to back up, and not back up toward the spawn room. Absolutely not. She's backing into their territory and getting a pick of the Stella Luna. And the next one, victim of the day, is gonna be Orias coming through. Here comes the peel from Yoshim, but will it be a little bit too late, as we already see from the indicator on top, 2 of the players on Nado's Island on the objective. They do start to get a little bit of pressure being put on them from Yoshim, but now that Emily's back here, the fight can continue onwards and kind of stagger in, and someone's got a touch here, OC.
Nico Fan Club, they're looking for 1 more touch. Nadakado's about to kill the Stella Luna, and there's no touch. The ball wasn't able to reach in time. And Nado's Island now at match point, able to take the second map, Blizzard World. This was, it was Nico Cat Fan Club's pick, but they got full held, and after that, it was kind of a clean map from Nado's Island.
It was so clean, and I feel like Amityville, Demon. I feel like Amity was so unchecked as the Hazard. There was no one really shutting her down when she was overextending into the backline, looking for the Ana, looking for the Zenyatta, getting opening picks, getting a 4K by herself, basically, when the fight should have been won for Nico Cat on their first attack side. So I feel like, you know, if we look at Amity, especially if she's on that Hazard, some things can absolutely be just. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, one of the best things to do is maybe just go Torb, do what we can with that character with relatively minimal, you know, brain power. With all the respect, Torbjorn players out there, all 5 of you. But that is going to be map 2, going in favor of Nado's Island. Now, again, we're going to go to a very quick break between now and map 3, and this, again, could be the start of something beautiful for Nico Cat Fan Club, or could be the end of their run and giving Nado's Island that 3-0 victory. Now, going to a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. Be right back with that map 3.
Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories. Yeah. Memories. Memories.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for a map 3 between these two teams. Nedo's Island looking fit to take this in a swimming 3-0 series. The Cat fan club, however, needs to start putting some pedal to the metal here. And the Star Reverse Sweep needs to start now or it'll never happen. I'm on the wonderful OC, and we're going to be finishing up today's last tier, the open tier between these two teams.
Yeah, and so far, in terms of the dive mirror, we've seen Nuko Cat Fan Club really prefer the ball composition. So far, just permanently running the ball, right? Really not swapping off of it. While NATO's Island, they've been running Winston and Hazard, and they've been incredibly successful. I mean, in all of these mirrors, well, not necessarily mirrors, it is different tank heroes for sure, but in these dive matchups, NATO's Island has always come out on top.
Yeah, for sure. And here is the third map we're going to. Serve us a flashpoint for our map 3, understandably so. And I feel like with the... I feel like this goes back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier when we were covering the grand finals of Masters. There's a team here that has a really large, flexible pool, at least for tank. We've seen Amity on at least 3 tanks so far. Whereas, yeah, we're seeing Nico Fan Club stay over on the ball for most, if not all, of these maps so far, regardless if it's Lijiang Tower, regardless if it's Bizarre World. They're hell-bent on staying on this ball. So as we transition over to the ban phase, I do have to think when it comes down to Nados Island's ban here, will they ban the ball and will they give themselves kind of a leg up in that regard?
Yeah, I think there's a very, very difficult decision that NicoCat Fan Club needs to make here, and that's whether they protect the ball or not. Saravasa is actually known as a bit of a ball map, especially from this last stage of the OWCS that we were watching. I think in North America, you know, you'd see teams like Team Liquid run the ball on Saravasa. I feel like the ball is very viable, especially if you combine the ball with the Ana. So I think there's two directions that you could go here. If you're Nados Island, and that's, you know, you protect the ball and you just go from there, you do your best with your ball composition, or you try and maybe nerf something else, go after another hero. It's tough to tell, though. It is very tough to tell, like, what the correct decision here for Nados Island really is.
I have to agree. I mean, I'm really not sure. Nados Island, they're gonna be finishing up their ban phase right here, right now. But otherwise,
also,
yeah,
I think
again,
it's NicoCat Fan Club who are banning here, right? I think it might actually be them.
Yeah, well, they already
It
left their.
should be.
I know they left their bans in for sure, but it should be NicoCat. Yeah, doing their first ban. Good call on that.
Yeah.
And will they go for the ball protect by just kind of banning whatever? They
No.
don't. Wait, we go for a Lucio ban of all things. I
Okay.
remember we haven't played Lucio. Interesting.
Maybe they're expecting the ball ban, because usually with ball, you'd want to run Ana Lucio, would be the most popular, the most effective variant. Although we haven't really seen any Ana Lucio, it's only been Ana Brig out of NicoCat, so I'm not sure. And then, you know, there's also Juno Brig, right? If you're running Brawl Mirror, I think it's just like, are we going on a Brig? What direction is this going? Nados Island, I feel like they have an obvious, like, choice right in front of them here just to ban the ball, but maybe they'll just, like, ban a Brawl hero or something else instead, just because they're so confident in their dive mirror that they don't care. That's actually so possible.
Well, I would, if I was up 2-0 in a series, I would just ban. Oh, there actually isn't going to be a ball ban. They're actually going to give him a little bit of a chance to live. We're going to see the Genji ban instead from Nados Island. And that is technically, yeah, it's not a repeat ban because I believe it was Nico who banned the Genji last map. So, yeah, very interesting to see here at the same time. And actually, I lied. Wait, this is incorrect.
Yeah, I think
That's
that would
not
be a
their
repeat ban.
That was a repeat ban. Yeah, it was,
Yeah.
okay. It was Breaking Ball. Oh, we are seeing that. So we are in fact seeing the ball ban here. Not the Genji. That's illegal. We can't do that again. But we're gonna be seeing the ball. So what? Now I gotta wonder, what are we gonna be seeing from Nico's Cat Fan Club here?
Yeah, NicoCat Fan Club, their signature ball composition is no longer allowed. I don't know really what the hero pool is there and what they might be more willing to run. So that is kind of completely up in the air, to be honest. And also for the side of Nados Island, I mean, Amidi can play a lot of different heroes. I think Diva, Hazard, Winston, all on the table. So considering that, no matter what NicoCat Fan Club roll out on, I feel like Nados Island are going to be pretty confident approaching it.
I absolutely agree here. I mean, we're going with the ball ban. I have to wonder what exactly we're going to be utilizing in place of the ball. You know, will they stick with their dive roots? Will they go back to maybe more of just standard brawl? You can see the Queen come back, you can see the Ram come back, you can see the reset, you can see even, well, I was going to say Malga, but that's just PTSD talking to me, not real. So, no, probably not Malga. But, you know what I mean? Like, what will they change up the dynamics and change it from a dive to, you know, we can play a Diva instead, but, or maybe they might go over to the Brawl. Now, as we go into Saravasa, we'll get our answer relatively soon enough here. I am expecting the Hazard from Amity again, only because she has been so profitable with that character, not just once but twice now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see her, you know, rev it right back up and take us for a last hurrah on Saravasa.
Yeah, I think Juno Brig Hazard, there's definitely an argument for that. The other comp I think you might want to run is you could always run the Ana Brig. You could do Ana Juno as well if you're trying to run a more aggressive backline, and you could run Winston with that. I think Winston or Hazard are just both the correct decisions, but it looks like a midi hovering over the Winston, maybe preferring it, and we could see Ana Kiriko. And you know what? I don't mind that because, you know, when you're on these longer range maps, And Saravasa does have some longer sightlines, specifically on the first point. It can be a lot easier to run on Akiri, and since Yoshim, it's actually a super, super good call. It's a bit of RNG, but Hazard just happens to be better against like Brig. So the fact that Crumb isn't on Brig is kind of nice for Nato's Island.
Yeah, they're trying the double flex support backline of the Kiriko and the Ana, which I've always been a big fan of. Personally, two of my favorite characters to ever play the game. And big Suzu, big dive coming in from Yoshim, but Yoshim has almost immediately just back up, get the peel back from the team here. And he's not a little bit of a sneaky spot to get those healings out, but couldn't give it to Greg. They are going to be the first ones to go down on the Soldier, and deflect already expended by Stella. She's trying to back up, play a little bit of ring on the Rosie, as Yoshim is still in the back, a little bit uncontested. But while that's all going down, I mean, we've capped the point with Ami now fighting back and coming back into the fight.
Okay, Nato's Island clean first cap, and they're looking for stagger kills as well. Can they get any? That's Stella Luna going really, really low, but a midi caught out. So no Nico fan club. They do have a little opening here. We can see if they can take advantage of it. Yoshim taking a good bit of damage. Nato's Island, they're probably just going to try and buy time here. Yoshim taking a lot of damage, trying to survive. You see Haunt going in there for the kill, not able to find it, and Yoshim's able to clean up. Narukado's dead, and that's the flip for Nico Cat Fan Club. So a slight feed from a midi is going to result in that, and that's also going to mean that Nico Cat Fan Club are going to be ahead on their ultimates. You see Mazemel in particular already has the Kitsune. Now what I'm thinking here is if Nico Cat Fan Club realize that they have this Kitsune so early, they can use it early, and it looks like maybe Mazemel is preparing for that here.
Yeah, the positioning here kind of entails that a little bit. Wherever they walk, we're going to go for that rush right in that area way. Use the Suzu a little bit early on ourselves, break the bubble off, and focus all of our resources into destroying the flex support backline of Nato's Island. Now, Haunt, however, has decided I am not going to deal with that. I'm going to go to the point, cap it, get a little bit of extra sneaky percentage off, and hopefully be able to get out and not get called out by Mazemel, who again, on this Kiriko has been so strong. I mean, again, you have to continue to rush first, and then you get a late stagger onto Haunt. That's not what we need for Nico Cat Fan Club.
Yeah, that's tough to have the Haunt staggered, because that also means, you know, the Tracer's the easiest one to have touch the point, while the rest of the team's trying to do their own thing for Nato's Island, so you're going to have to get Haunt back into the fight, and Haunt also had that Pulse Bomb, which can't be used early now. Nico Cat Fan Club building up to the rest of their ultimates. It's going to be an ultimate heavy fight, maybe a Nano engage from Nato's Island.
Yeah, Karaya, we're looking towards them for that nano, and we're arguably seeing it onto Amity. Get a little bit of a trade-off. Arias for Crumb there, so both of the supports, one of the main supports, actually, the flex supports actually for either side here. But Blade does come in from Stella on the objective. Pulsar goes crazy onto Mazemel, and like you said, it's a ultimate fight for ultimate, and resulting in a lot of trades that go favorably for Nato's Island, and they still at least kept 3 key ultimates, that being the overclock, that being the primal, and the now online Kitsune Rush, and they can still find picks here, OC.
Yeah, Stella Luna kind of cut out late, and that's going to be a little difficult to come back from 20%, 15% now remaining for Nico Cat Fan Club. It looks like they are going for a touch, though. They have that Orbital Ray ready to go. Orbital and the, Overclock, I believe it is, and there it is.
But there's a big, nade going onto Yoshim. Yeah, we still lose Karaya, but Greg gets called out, goes for the Mega Pack against Amity. There's like Kitsune Rush on the point. Orbital Ray has now depleted, and so has the Kitsune Rush. So everyone's back at just playing the game and who can be mechanically better. So Luna does get her one onto Nato Kato, but that's going to be the overtime timer going downwards towards the favor of Nato's Island. They still, to this day, have this overclock and this primal for the next fight.
Yeah, and that was just the Kitsune to deal with the Orbital Ray and the Overclock, so that's not a great look for Nico Cat Fan Club using all those ultimates and not even getting any payout for that. Amity now can just go in with that Primal. I think the primary target here is Mazemel, who's close to the Kitsune. If you can take down Mazemel here, that's the win condition for Nato's Island.
I love this positioning from Nato Kato here. We have the overclock already again on this high ground. They're ready to look over. We're actually going to be dropping down towards the low ground and aiming upwards as the rest of the fight happens in this little itty-bitty room where Hazard really tends to, falter a bit here. But as I say that, we get a trade-off, tanks and tanks versus both supports. Now with Yoshim without any supports and the overclock being expended here, that flick of the wrist is all we need from Nato Kato to get the final touches in securing this objective for Nato's Island. Very nicely done from the Sojourn player.
Yeah, Nico Cat Fan Club, they got some picks there, but like I said, Mazemel dying meant no Kitsune. If they had Kitsune there, they win that for sure, unfortunately. But Nato's Island fulfilled the win condition, and they take it. Amity still holding on to this Primal. Might be nanoed first and then go into the Primal, so that's going to be a ton of pressure. Again, just focused on pressuring the Kiriko and pressuring Maze Mel.
Greg and Nato Kato there, both of them getting both headshots on each other, having to disengage. Nato does get committed onto Nato Kato, however, and they slide right in, find a first pick here, and she is just continuing this assault here, not looking towards the hazards coming on the backline, and looking towards the backline itself. Now, Juno so low, there goes Orias, and there goes Mazel right after the fact. It's just, I believe, Yoshum and the DPS line of Nico Cat Fan Club still fighting on the point, and typically, Amity able to come back in the nick of time during that exchange and still has a Primal just in case. And mind you, we've had Primal for 2 of these engages. Finally going to be using it on just Greg here as Stella Luna does wrap around and looks to have a last minute touch.
Yeah, there we go. Amity just buying time for the rest of NATO's Island to return. You see Crumb's going to have the Kitsune, and that's now the win condition for NATO's Island. It's down, and there's the engage. And one by one, Nico Cat Fan Club, they fall, and that's the flashpoint for NATO's Island. The re-engage with the ultimate's perfect. Perfectly effective. And Amity, perfect with the Primal bought enough time.
Greg, they tried to use the overclock in that last engagement, but they got collapsed on almost immediately. I mean, I saw the Primal, not Primal, I saw the overclock, get activated. They had the icon where they were, using it, and then they just went back to 0%. They got killed so quickly, couldn't get any single, confirm with it. But we do have the Bladed Rays from Stella, so that can kind of pick up this next fight as the point unlocks in just under 5 seconds here. We're going to be seeing NATO's Island be forced out of the objective and kind of split off here, and it looks like Yoshum goes towards the back line. We still find a huge pick onto not 1, not 2, but 3 members of the Nico Cat Fan Club. Beautiful opening from NATO's Island and the dive between Han and Amity. They are just so good at finding the same target and winning these engages every single time.
Yeah, that's an important fight win for NATO's Island, too, because I don't know if you noticed, but they were at a massive ultimate disadvantage there, and Nico Cat Fan Club weren't given a chance to use really any of their ultimates. They just lost that in kind of a dry fight. Maze Mel's able to get a pick on the Crumbs, so hey, there's an opening for Nico Cat Fan Club.
And they take it. They're going to go for the speed ring right towards the objective on the left side and walk in with that orbital into the overclock as well. Oh, but it gets shut down. Because Blade and Nato Kato said absolutely not on my watch. Easy, clean 4K again for the Southern player. 5K, in fact. That's a cleanup. That's a one-team fight. That's almost last fight coming in for Nico Cat Fan Club.
Oh god, that was almost a Ragex too, and now NATO's Island, the only thing is they still lack ultimates. Haunt building up to the pulse bomb, but it looks like they're looking for a bit of like a spawn hold here. They're just trying to pressure Nico Cat Fan Club very, very early on, because if they can get this Kitsune out very early, then it's just, that's an initial kill.
Oh, they're not going anywhere with that downpour, OC. That's going to be a 3-0 on Saravasa in favor of NATO's Island, and they're going to be taking that 3-0 victory under their belt. Another 3-0 between all 3 divisions of Kunoichi Kavalry. Just showcases how insane these top seeds can play, especially when you have someone like Nato Kato on your team here with a nanoed overclock, just kind of one-shotting everyone in her way.
Yeah, I mean, that was almost a Ragex. It's just crazy. It's crazy, but that shot into the blade. Beautiful. Beautiful work. And Nico Cat Fan Club at a disadvantage. They had their ball banned at the end there. They decided not to protect it. I'm not sure if that was the correct decision, but they did play the hazard relatively well. Honestly, I thought that was going to go a lot worse than I did. But I felt like they actually put up more of a fight in the hazard than the ball. So that's something at least. But either way, NATO's Island always on top.
1000% on top. But regardless, the Cat Fan Club, they played wonderfully. And like you said, a little bit inhibited with the ball ban, but the hazard looked really, really good otherwise. So I think there definitely is something there in, practicing that hazard comp a little bit more often. But NATO's Island, again, taking it 3-0. Perfect. Look at the scoreboard. I mean, it's pretty much perfect scores here. Full hold pretty much on Blizz World. We got 2-0 on Lijiang Tower. We get a beautiful clean 3-piece on Saravasa. So I gotta get a winner in here for an interview. We're gonna go very quickly into a break and grab somebody from down in the general VC, by the way, who's been playing there all day, and get him up here. So don't go anywhere. Be right back with an interview.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love.
And welcome back, everybody. I am pleased to introduce Nato and Karam here for this interview, guys. First of all, this is what we have. This is Karam and Nato combined, and I want to ask you guys, this series, this beautiful run in the open tier, how does it feel to be kind of the top right now for Kunoichi Kavalry?
I think it feels pretty good. Finally win something for the first time. So.
Yeah, we need a first place in our Liquipedias, so might as well make it this one.
Hey, that's solid. You always have to get those first place spots. And Crumb, I think the moment that everyone paused and gasped during that match was probably when you spy checked the Sombra. How did that feel? What was the comms like?
I just like screamed and then I like clipped in my NVIDIA like thing. I was like, she EMP'd.
Oh my god. And Natakado, you really had the Sombra unlocked there in general during that round as well.
Yeah, I just kind of chased her around and the ball as well. Nothing much.
Fair enough, fair enough. And what was your kind of solution to the ball composition? Do you have anything in mind, or were you just kind of playing it by feel?
What we decided to do is just have really Persona on cast just there to hinder, because hinder just destroys ball, and then I just chase the ball around the map and try not to die to the 7 billion HP hero.
Hey, that's fair.
Yeah, no, for sure. And listen, you guys had a wonderful one. Again, it was basically almost, I'd say pretty much perfect. You know, getting that 2-0 on Lijiang, getting a full hold on Blizzard World, and then again, another 3-0 on Saravasa. So I had to ask, what's kind of in store for you guys as we continue on throughout the Kunoichi season?
I mean, I think we're just gonna keep trying to like grind and do our best going into Ka, and then be back
We're
for
gonna win the
next
whole
Kunoichi
thing.
and win Ka
Everything.
forever.
If I don't see y'all in Grand Finals, you're throwing! No, I'm kidding. So, absolutely, I can't wait to see you guys in the greater sphere of calling out heroes. And I'll give you guys your last question, and both of you can answer this individually. Who do you want to give a shout out to on the broadcast?
Shout out myself on Twitter from TF.
That's self-love. I love that for you.
I'd like to shout out my Eevee for ring for us and being there when Nivelia was playing in their expert quals. So shout out Eevee.
I love
Real
that.
one.
Definitely a real one, and I am so happy to have seen you guys win the open tier and hopefully win many more in the future. But other than that, on that note, I will let you guys go for the night. Enjoy your victory, and hopefully see you guys regged up for the next season of Kuno and Clawing Out Heroes.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
match.
And see, that is where we have to sign off. That's the last match of the open tier. That was the last Kunoichi Kavalry match of the day, and my goodness, was it a fun one to watch as well. I mean, we got Spy Check Sombra, we had some fun moments, we had a lot of ball play. It was really great to watch all around and commentate with you. But that's not the end of any more CGO action. No. There's a lot going on the main channel. CGL 1, 2, and 3, I think, all having their own respective matches today because it is the last day to do our matches for playoffs. So they need to get their matches in, and they're getting in the meantime. So there's some wonderful casters casting that at the same time. But otherwise, as we guys leave you guys here, I want to say thank you to my producers, all my observers throughout the day, my casters earlier, previously, Megalast and Thor, holding it down before our blocks. So shout out to everybody, and I'll leave the final word for OC.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Good matches today, and we'll see you next time.
Got lots of love. Love. Got lots of love. Love. Got lots of love. Love.